Welcome back, everybody, to the second session of today's live stream of the President's Cup. We're still actually waiting for players to appear on lawn 4. Let me show you here where we are. But in the meantime, I've left the camera showing a static image, no commentary, on lawn 3, where we have Debbie Lyons and Harry Fisher. It just looks like they'll be finishing their game relatively soon. But let me leave you with those images, and as soon as we have some action on lawn 4, we'll be back with you with full commentary.
3 days ago about, I think. Yeah, so new queen. Right, we're live again. So quite a quick lunch there from Gocher. I'm quite surprised we're on this quickly. And he's played a normal ball off the east boundary, and he's had a bit of a disappointing loss to Robin Brown because he was in contention sort of at the top of the leaderboard, and Robin's now got to 5 out of 6 with a +4 TP win.
He might have had his lunch while Robin was doing that TP.
He might have done. And Gabrielle had a nice TPO against Stephen Mulliner, but then I think she failed hoop 1,
Yeah.
and it turned into an OTP. So she's just dropping back into the main pack at the moment.
2 losses now?
Yeah, 3 out of 5, I think.
And David was on a TP, wasn't he, to beat Robin? But not
Yeah.
quite sure. He'd done all the peels, but
Failed penalty.
failed penalty. Yeah.
And Gabrielle's played to corner 2, and it's gone well into corner 2. It didn't even hit the corner peg. So I don't think David will be doing anything other than shooting at blue here. He's gone a long way north to be shooting at it from the corner 3, so I think it'll just be a normal shot from A-Bulk. Is he going to lag this out? He looks like he's going to lag out a ball.
Yeah.
Try and lag out a rush.
That used to be one of his ploys, didn't it?
Yeah, this is trying to leave a rush. And that will be a double from A-Bulk, possibly somewhere in front of hoop 1.
I'm not convinced. Do you
No?
think so?
No,
You don't think so? No, it isn't.
might be.
No,
In
it's
the
a good
corner,
shot.
maybe.
That's almost perfect. Arguably it could
It's a
be
long rush,
a
though.
foot closer. I think David's concept is simply to get his opponent taking a very long shot and take corner 1 out of the opening.
Yeah.
No real expectation of going round 5th turn.
So, well, he'll try and rush to 1,
Yeah,
won't he? But
it'll probably just roll into the corner and leave a rush. And Gabrielle's in corners 2 and 4.
Hi, welcome back everybody.
Might hill on.
one-sided,
No. Went fairly straight that. You said yesterday people have hit
yesterday.
down this boundary, and if they've hit it straight, it's hit. But it used to have quite a curl on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we mentioned this morning when we were watching David that he's lacking a bit of power, and because this rush is quite long and not dead straight, he'll do well to get it all the way to hoop 1, I think. No, it's not a bad effort. I think he's going to be quite tempted to approach that aggressively and try and get a rush towards corner 2. He was remarkably aggressive earlier today, you know, trying to, and yesterday, you know, 2 ball breaking, multiple hoops in a turn, and yeah, he's going straight for it. This is a more aggressive Gocher than you'd find in other conditions, I think. I think he thinks the conditions are very easy and he needs to play well. And I certainly want to be approaching the hoop from here. This, you should be expecting to go round, really.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Black's fractionally too far towards the boundary, I think. I think he's more likely to rush that off the west boundary than the corner 2 or north boundary. And the north boundary is a better place, I think, to have it. This is an interesting position, and Jenny does something different to other people in the world from here. She runs the hoop and she'll hit black, you know, off the boundary a bit north of where that peg mark is. And then she'll send black to hoop 3, trying to get in front of hoop 2.
Oh, yes.
And if she does, she'll run it and hit the ball in corner 2. And if she doesn't, she'll hit the ball in corner 2 and approach it again. And you've got to be an unbelievably good shot to do that,
Right.
but she is.
That's what I think of as the markers.
Yeah, yeah,
So what he told me he did.
yeah.
That sort of, you get 2 goes.
You get 2 goes, and if you're going to hit your shot in the ball in the corner 9 out of 10, it's probably okay. Particularly if you're quite good at approaching from, you know, where the peg is. If you like that shot. Again, we're directly behind Goetsche's swinging. He's missing by 2 balls on the left again, and he's going to come through on a completely different line, and he's rushed that miles away. This is a horrible shot now. I'm not even sure he's going to play it, Keith. Sending black to hoop 3 going to yellow is a big shot.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with laying up at hoop 1
For black.
for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes would hit black there, not hit it as far as that, but roll black sort of
Behind 2.
behind 2,
Yeah.
somewhere closer to, you know, between the line of hoop 2 and the corner.
And that's almost standard, Jack.
Yeah,
you know.
hit the corner ball and trying to approach hoop 2, put in the oppo ball to hoop 3.
And get a go off partner.
Yeah.
So this is likely to turn into a bit of a nothing turn, and potentially not a very good leave as well. I think as soon as he's taking this line.
Well, even if he makes hoop 2, he hasn't got anything really, has he?
No, it's a tricky turn. He's got another sort of 4.5 yarder.
If he
That's-
rolls red along the north boundary, or just off it, gets in front of the hoop, runs it to the boundary, gets a rush to 3.
Yeah, he
It's
hasn't got-
perfectly possible to go round from here without really doing anything massively difficult.
You end up committing balls to the middle of the lawn when you haven't got a break, which he doesn't like doing. You know, if he makes hoop 3 without much of a rush, he's going to end up throwing red and yellow in the middle of the lawn without having set up a break. But he will play this approach that Keith has mentioned, trying to get a rush sort of to hoop 3 after hoop 2. It's a good one to practice this.
Oh, this is a standard stroke, isn't it? You want to have this in your locker.
Yeah.
One of the ones you would practice in the warm-up.
Absolutely. It's okay. That's
Looks
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, red's actually quite good. It needs cleaning. It's got a huge amount of dirt on it. But let's run the hoop to the boundary first before we worry about that.
Massive crowd now down on the south boundary.
Yeah, nice to see Nigel coming along, supporting Gabrielle. Yeah, it's a good shot. It's finished just on the line. Thought he was going to get a rush pointing absolutely at hoop 3 then. I would always go and clean the red ball before this shot. You want a good contact on your rush. And again.
Don't think that was to do with the dirt.
No, no. Perfectly okay to approach this, but this time I'm playing for a rush to black.
Well, I think you should decide,
Yeah,
certainly. Am I playing for a rush to corner 1-ish,
yeah.
or
I mean,
black?
the
Or
thing-
am I playing for a rush between yellow and south of hoop 4? Those are the two things that you would be looking to do, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Anyone who ends up with a rush pointing at the east boundary at the end, having run hoop 3, has played a bad approach.
Yeah. You see, I don't think red's going far enough south here.
I don't
wrong.
either. I don't. I'd put it much further south. No. That's not a rush to black. It's a lovely croquet stroke.
Yeah, it could potentially be a rush towards yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if that's what he's played for, he's played it well.
And actually, red has gone a decent distance south, actually.
I would prefer it further south.
Well,
I'm not convinced he's going to be able to stop short of red.
well, that's the issue, isn't it?
Oh, easy.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, very good.
Longer rush than he wants, but he's just got to hit it in the middle, hasn't he? Just tonk it in the middle somewhere.
Probably not getting to the south boundary, I don't think. But it might go to hoop 4.
Does it matter where you rush it to though? Because you're always going to be approaching hoop 4 from corner 4 now anyway, aren't you?
No, if I rush it to hoop anywhere 3 yards away from hoop 4, I'm approaching hoop 4.
Yeah.
Black's in lawn.
And if
I don't need
rushed
to
it-
go to yellow.
If I rushed it dead straight off the south boundary, I'd take off to yellow.
Yeah, lovely.
Rush yellow to the side of. See, that's not.
That's sort of nothing, isn't it?
It's
Nothing good could have happened, really. Couldn't have rushed it in front of hoop 4 at that pace. And now he's got to make a choice, hasn't he? I think the normal line of play is to put this a little bit west of the line and 3 and 4 and deep, and then approach hoop 4, sending yellow to hoop 6.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Okay, that's quite a good idea.
And he's just approaching it direct, which is more aggressive, and there's nothing wrong with it.
If
You know,
you-
getting a rush to black or hoop 5 is okay.
We're ignoring yellow then.
I
look
don't
at
think
that.
David's going to want to pick yellow up.
See, after hoop 3, I would have assumed that I would have put red behind hoop 4 and gone to yellow and approached hoop 4, putting yellow towards hoop 5 maybe.
Yeah, hoop 5's too aggressive with all the ball
It's
positions.
very, yeah, close distance, yeah, or in the middle somewhere.
Which is why I was suggesting 6.
You wouldn't ever put red towards 5 there, planning to run the hoop and hit yellow.
I wouldn't, but I know a lot of players who it would be the right choice for. And certainly, you know, it's sort of line Jenny might play. And all the youngsters who like these pickups, and they were very good at hitting the balls in the corner. It's the right line of play for them. You know, send red to 5, run a 5-foot straight hoop off the boundary, tonk yellow off. Well, it's easy, isn't it? You don't need to think about playing good shots. You
Well, you
just
don't.
play average ones
You
all the
don't.
time. But
don't
you've got to be
just
very
do
good
that.
to play average shots.
Yeah. Well, it's fine playing the first break. It's not so easy doing a TP like that, is it?
This was the position I thought he might consider shooting at yellow. If he had a rush to nowhere, he's done really well to cut that as far as he has. But that was a rush to sort of the bench, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I thought if he had a rush to nowhere, he might decide to turn off round and pick yellow off.
Oof, he's done really well.
Like, the truth is, if you're going to cut it that fine, that's a more difficult shot to hit at that line than hitting yellow in the middle.
Well, yeah.
I was very sceptical about him taking off from black to corner 2. I didn't think he'd go round. I thought it would
Well, he
work,
hasn't
make
yet.
his leave worse,
He hasn't yet.
but he should go round from here.
Well, he should get a good. Red's now going to be nice somewhere in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah, you can easily
And
get
you would
it peg
hope that
high.
he would get a get
good
a
rush to
5.
to 5, yeah.
Yeah. So he's now making use of the fact that he did a thick takeoff, slightly thick takeoff from the black.
Well, he's going to be advantageous for anything, even the leave, I think.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
I thought he might get red further, but it's okay. It's
You're going to rush this to 5 all the time, aren't you? You're not going to think about yellow.
no.
Yeah, even rushing it anywhere 4 yards away from hoop 5, you're going to go round.
Yeah, just a central punt on black.
It should be good enough.
Should be good enough, yes. You wouldn't call it precision croquet, but it's a good way of picking up a break.
Yeah, I think, to be fair to David, I haven't thought he's going to break down. His hoop 2 was longish, but I fancied him to run it. He's looked like he's playing okay this tournament, hasn't he?
Yes, okay.
Only okay.
Only okay, yeah.
And he hasn't played that very well. Blue's a little bit angled, and if he runs this by a couple of feet, he's going to have a longish next shot. So he needs to put a good hoop stroke on this.
Boy, he sent black an awfully long way,
Yeah,
I would say. I don't know why he did that.
I think he just played his preferred drive approach, and black finished wherever it finished. But you can certainly imagine him not having one back pioneer now, can't you?
Well, where can he sensibly run this to? That I mean, he needs to run it sort of
The
peg
peg,
high.
the peg, yeah, which
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to
No.
probably hit it that hard. He is.
He has. He's done okay.
Well, that's
actually.
fine.
Yeah, that now looks good.
Might have a hampered stance, but no, he's open. It's perfect. Rushes
Yeah.
it onto the rush line. Break. So now he's got to dig yellow out of corner 4 to make his leave.
He won't do that until he's for 3 back, will he?
And yeah, I think he'll probably end up doing some sort of NSL. So all the balls over towards 3 back and dig yellow out before the hoop. Yeah, that's a really good
Pretty
good shot.
Yeah.
I'd
Give him
call it
some marks
perfect.
for that
That's a perfect shot.
Kept black inside the rectangle.
Yep. That's
Now you see there, if there's any doubt about getting a forward rush on red, you want to
put
send
red the opposite
the other
side.
side of hoop 6, don't
Yeah.
you, on the east side.
Yeah.
Because then wherever you run the hoop to, you're going to be able to rush it some way. You can send it to 2 back.
Correct. I still think that unless red goes into black this shot, he's going to be fine.
Do you think he's thumping this to the
Well,
west boundary?
Stroking it to the boundary. Miss black, yeah. So he's fine now.
He is fine now,
But-
yeah. He had to go quite close to
Yeah.
black.
So what's happening elsewhere, Keith? Can you see lawn 3?
Yes. Absolutely nothing is happening now.
Hasn't
The balls
started.
are off at the south boundary.
Hasn't
Slips
started.
are on hoop 1 and there are no players.
Okay. So presumably that's Robin's lawn, who had that TP to finish round 2 and probably having lunch still.
If David's making an NSL, he's got red at 2 back, hasn't he? And he's going to have partner at 3 back.
Yeah,
Presumably he's not going to go to yellow before he runs 3 back.
Yeah, he goes before he runs 3
Before
back.
he
I
runs
think
3
so.
back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
You want to rush out of 2 back.
yeah, that's what I'm
Rush
saying.
it over to join the other balls and go to yellow and roll it out.
Yeah,
Going to what will be black, won't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
and-
So black's his pioneer.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why we keep on saying about keeping your pioneers inside the rectangle. This time he's 3-backed pioneer, the black ball. He'll be wanting it, if anything, outside the rectangle towards yellow in the corner, just to make it easier to get to. And I don't like rolling these through.
If he doesn't get a rush out of 2 back though, he's got to roll across.
Oh, it's
hasn't he?
hard.
And then it's putting the
Yeah, it's tough.
NSL ball.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about it.
Oh, what was that?
It's the wrong choice of shot. Just play a little stop shot, and you finish in the draws yourself, and you're fine. Here, you catch a bit of wire, and suddenly you've got a hampered 5-yarder.
Yeah.
I wasn't very good at hitting these shots. This is not one of my strengths. Right, is Tony Elliott still around?
He is.
So,
Don't know if he's actually watching, but
we'll go and get him.
he's around. He's watching a shot on lawn 2.
Oh, okay, okay. Look like Stephen and Robin are about to start on lawn 3 now.
Yeah.
And Robin tournament leader, 5 out of 6. Here's
So
Mark Ormerod.
He's got the points on the board, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Who else is on 1 loss, if anybody?
I'm almost tempted to say nobody.
Okay.
So I think these are difficult. Mark Ormerod watching for a beveled edge or potentially a double tap.
Almost certainly it'd be a beveled edge, wouldn't it? People very rarely fault things.
No.
They
He's
may
missed
miss
that.
the roquet,
Yeah.
but they tend to play a clean shot, in
Yeah.
my experience.
So that's a clip on 2 back, and we haven't seen many of those.
No.
And it's just an incorrect choice of shot to approach the hoop.
Well, even if you were going to send both balls through the hoop, you wouldn't send black that far.
That far? No, no.
I've done a little animation here of that sequence that we were speaking about.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if we can see it before Gabs comes on to play a shot.
Yeah, here's your animation then, Jack.
So this is assuming he'd made a roquet after 1 back.
Yeah.
He would have sent that down to 3 back, somewhere closer to yellow on that side. Made 2 back, but he would have wanted to rush across, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
If he didn't have the rush across, you're then trying to position that red.
With a roll.
Yeah, with a
But
roll.
it doesn't have to be perfect. It
So
just
you-
has to be
after-
approximately in the area.
Yeah,
And then you can hit yellow and send
yellow.
yellow there as well.
yeah, and bring yellow out. So that would have been what he might have tried to do.
So Gabrielle's now going to make some sort of double as best she can. Doesn't want to have the hoop in play, but there must be some sort of double available to her. Remember, she's got a lift,
Yeah,
so
she has
she
got
can
a lift, yeah.
she can lift the yellow ball take it to the end of A bulk and shoot at red with something in the background.
Yeah.
Or if she wants to be really defensive, she can just play red from where it lies and hits blue, just in case she misses.
I think red at blue is probably slightly shorter, isn't it, than yellow, if yellow lifted?
I'd say they're about the same.
Yeah.
But I just think if you can get a double target with yellow,
Yeah, I think
it gives you so much. You just got to hit it and go round. And she won't be quintupling him out. She'll be having a ball to 4 back,
she
won't
might
she?
have just remembered that she's got a lift.
Going to have a chat with David, just to double check what's going on. Yeah, the red clip isn't actually on the lawn,
Gabrielle's just checking that David hadn't peeled it.
so they just haven't put it on at the start of the game, I think.
Was that the ball that James pegged out in the last game?
Probably.
So the clip's probably down near the bench. Or James. James might have it. It might be in James's pocket.
What's the red thing on the south boundary? On top of the thing. There's a red.
Oh, the thing on top of the thingy.
Yeah.
The thing on the
Yeah.
thing.
On the wire fence.
That red thing.
I think it's down there.
You must have cleaned your glasses, Chris.
It's one of the few bits of my body that works well at the moment. My sight's not bad.
Oh, you spotted it. Yeah, well done.
So
That was good though, wasn't it, that she noticed that?
yeah. Whereas we still don't know whether she actually knows she's got a lift.
She must do, mustn't she?
Because I think this is more difficult, but safer.
I'd have lifted yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brushed it
Worked
nicely.
out quite well.
She'll be very happy with that. But even now, she's got to play a 3-ball break for 3 hoops instead of a 4-ball break. And I think perhaps if you're a higher standard of player, this is the sort of position where you'd have lifted yellow, hit in, and immediately be thinking about getting your opponent to 3 and 2 back. Get those 2 pops in on a basic ball to 4 back. Makes the TPO more difficult. Makes the TP more difficult if he makes 2 hoops with blue.
Are you ever going to get a better chance to do a 5 PO?
I didn't think that was going to be high up on the list. I know she's just done a sextuple, but
It's a good rush to hoop one.
yeah, she's
very
played it
good.
well.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh dear, dear, dear.
Well,
That's a good job she didn't dig yellow out. They would have a 4-ball break by now. And I can't see David doing anything much more exciting than a break to the peg
we
here.
are going to
will
be
be.
watching a goacher break to the peg. One feels. Mind you, we thought we were watching a goacher break to 4 back
Yeah.
3 minutes ago. So
A lot of the games we've watched on Lawn 4, with the exception of that last one that James played so well in, they've really not been the standard you'd anticipate from a President's Cup match at Hurlingham. Obviously the hoops are probably just that tiny bit more difficult than normal. We have seen a few hoop failures, but the lawns are lovely, even paced, quite easy after yesterday's rain.
So where is David?
Here he is.
Cuts a dashing figure, doesn't he? Easily recognisable.
Easily recognisable, definitely.
He's one of the players I always used to find it quite painful when he used to play this kind of turn, because it doesn't over quickly, is it? So you've got a long time to stew on your failed hoop.
Yeah, I think I made that point yesterday. So our third opportunity to watch David in action.
And there'll be one more on Sunday.
Yeah, I won't be here on Sunday.
Part-timer.
Hmm?
Part-timer.
I am, yeah. Certainly looks like multiple players are going to be in contention still by then.
Could they?
The chance that it is struggling to get that all 14 rounds played. It's what's it now? 3:30. We've got 3 games pegged down so far, haven't we?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
3 games from last night.
Well, I'd
Yep.
say this round finishes at 5:30. 6 at the
Well, I'm-
6 at the outside.
I'm off to the theatre before then. I'm just...
Well, I think we were saying earlier it gets dark about 7:30, doesn't it? So
Yes.
we've got 4 hours of play left, probably. Not necessarily 4 hours of live stream.
I really do think he's playing significantly quicker than he used to.
It's 3:33 when he started this turn.
You're going to time him.
Well, I can look
Put
at
him
the
on the clock.
I can look at the clock every now and again. We haven't had any comments come through this afternoon,
Oh dear.
so
What does that
hopefully,
mean?
well, hopefully that means it doesn't mean that we're not live or nobody's watching.
A big event going on in Australia at the moment.
Is
It's
it?
their Golf Croquet Interstate.
Right? Is that
Really-
being streamed?
I'm not sure. It may well be. I'm not sure, but it's a really quite a good competition. You've got all the 6 states, and they send teams of 8
Right.
each, 4 men, 4 women,
Okay. Yeah.
and you play a bit of doubles and a bit of singles. And yeah, it's nice to have a big group of people together.
So that's like the equivalent of the inter-counties, isn't it?
It's
In a
bit,
way.
it's a bit like that, apart from the fact that they combine the event. So before it, they've had the men's and women's golf croquet championships, and before that, they had the is it with the bronze medal or the gold medal, or the 6 of winners of their interstate competitions playing. So it's a big sort of jamboree over over 7 days.
A couple of weeks, maybe.
Probably not for golf croquet.
Oh,
Probably about 8 days, I'd guess.
and they do the same in AC, don't they?
It'd be a bit longer than 8 days, won't it? Yeah, it'd be 10 days. And they do the same at AC, but normally in March time, I think. But good to see these big competitions all over the world. If you watch croquet scores, you'll see events in all different places, Switzerland, and we saw a Hong Kong tournament, didn't we, on the rankings recently?
Yes. Well, you did.
Hmm. Lots of croquet being played in Spain now. Oh dear,
Oh, that's going down a hill.
that's the
Oh,
traditional
oh.
hill that I thought went that way, Jack, whereas this morning the peel went the other way, didn't it?
It was the other side of the hoop, though, wasn't it?
It was.
But yeah, it did go the other way.
Well, Hoop 3 strikes again.
Yeah, I think that'll teach him for playing too quickly. Yeah, it's just careless, wasn't it? Looking at taking position wards from red on the basis that yellow and red won't have any short shots then, and he might just be able to continue his break if they miss. Clearly completely unrunnable.
It's not a nice position, is it, to come on as red and yellow if,
No.
if black's in front of its hoop and wide?
When my
That
opponent
might
broke
not be
down,
wide. I don't think that's wide, is it?
I think it's got left a bit open.
I think there's a bit open there.
He's going to have a look at it.
Yeah, I think by David's reaction there is, I think red's going to be able to hit something of that.
Yes.
More open than a big bag of open things.
Oh wow.
She can fully hit it centrally.
What a
Can't
present.
really hit the left half as she looks at it, but can just hit it full on.
So
Like that.
probably as back-to-back shots go, David's had the most impressive shot of the tournament and the worst back-to-back shots we've seen as well. The approach from dead straight in front to unrunnable, and then taking wide position, allowing Gabrielle to hit a 5-footer centre ball.
How are we going to organise the rush to 1 here? I think I know what I'd try and do.
I'm going to take off to yellow.
You want to go to yellow? I was wondering about sort of pushing black over towards hoop 2, going to blue. Trying to rush blue to yellow.
I just think yellow's too near the corner.
Yeah, you've got to get a good rush on blue, haven't you, towards yellow? Well, what are you doing from yellow? You're playing a
I'm
croquet
playing
stroke.
the big half roll,
Yeah,
focusing on the back ball, but I'm committing partner completely to the lawn.
yeah.
Looks like a nice
I
length
think that's
take off.
good.
What was your
that's-
method, B, Keith?
This one, I think.
go to this one, yeah.
I think so. I mean, I like the concept of rushing an in-lawn ball to a boundary ball.
But less
But
so to a corner
It's in a
ball.
corner,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah,
Less
so you've got to
so
be
to a
quite
corner ball, yeah.
precise, yeah.
So this is at least 5.5. So we thought it was a good takeoff when it left the mallet.
It's not past
I
hoop
still
4,
think
is
it's
it?
pretty good.
And it's, look at this screen, it's pulled up well short, Keith.
Okay,
And she's clipped it.
well,
So now I've been saying to Gabrielle that Gabrielle's trying to make big improvements in a game over this year and next year, and I said to her one of the things she needs to improve are croquet strokes, and this is a nice big croquet stroke that isn't standard. It's not like you're just sending a ball to 2 going to the ball on the NSL position.
No.
You've got to put some genuine half roll in this, and you have to commit partner to the middle of the lawn. By that I mean up by hoop 2, which is nowhere near a boundary really. And just expect to always get a rush that's good enough to make hoop 1 from.
Yeah, I mean, if she's looking at this thinking, oh, I don't want to put partner in the middle of the lawn, then I think she should have rushed blue to yellow.
My concern with that line is every time we've seen balls go down away from us, from the commentary position down towards Gabrielle, they've moved right to left. And if I'm trying to get a good rush on blue to yellow, and the ball's likely to move 2 feet, but I'm not sure,
Yeah.
I don't like the line of play. I just want to play this shot well.
Yeah, I mean, now she's played it, it's fine, but she looked like she might be considering not putting yellow to hoop 2.
Yeah, yellow's superb. Red has a rush on blue, albeit a bit long.
I think you just do a central punt on this.
Yeah. Again, anywhere within 3 or 4 yards of hoop 1, she'll be happy.
North or south, frankly.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to worry about doing any pops now because David's
Self
done it himself. Oh dear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow. I hadn't even considered that as a possibility. I think we'll now
There's
see
a bit of movement on that shot.
blue at black. David will want to join up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gabrielle's follow through often twists.
I don't often see her move her leg across.
No,
though.
that was a issue, wasn't it? So David will want to join up, and his only joining up shot is blue at black. Just making sure that when blue comes on the boundary, it's not going to leave yellow a double. Yellow might even be wired from black as it is. It's very close. I mean, I remember playing in President's Cup where my opponents haven't made an error all day, and it's already, is it 3 or 4? I think it's 5. It's 4 errors already, isn't it?
Certainly 3. Oh, 4 because she stuck in 81. Yeah, 2 each.
So red may have a target here. Looks big to me, quite aggressive, but I think I'm going to take that. That's a big target. David's standing behind it, hoping she won't take it.
It was good to see David putting blue on with his back to the court.
Yes.
There.
Yeah.
As required by the laws, I think.
Yes,
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
so. I think it's probably some sort of guidance in terms of etiquette, and she's
But
not.
it's got a reason, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be looking at where
No, you should never be doing that.
things
Or even
are.
potentially looking at what
I think red.
what might be left.
She doesn't like it.
Yeah.
She's hit it though.
Hit it.
I think red at blue and black probably gave away less there, didn't it, than missing yellow? I mean, yellow was obviously shorter.
No, I think I'd rather have her missed black and blue for picking up a break with precision.
Yeah, she's not. Blue and black aren't going to get a pioneer out if red misses blue and black.
Yeah, that was. If she hadn't hit that, David could have played black and croquet blue to 4, couldn't he?
Yes. And getting a rush on yellow.
What I'm looking at is if she misses, I'm looking at leaving balls by hoop 3, making 2 back and 3 back, cross-wiring at hoop 3 and laying up in corner 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I was probably preferring her to miss this one.
Yeah.
Because that's just 2 hoops with blue cross-wiring at hoop 3 looked
Not giving away a lift. Yeah.
like a nice thing to try and do from that position. And the great thing about that is you can leave both your balls on the south boundary, so that even if they hit, they can't get a very easy break themselves. Missed the peg. It's a good rush, very good shot.
There's a few results going into croquet scores from the selectors now,
Yeah, good.
so they must have
So
recovered from the rain, maybe.
I've had Sophie in my fantasy pick.
Well, you'll be pleased to know she's beaten Alex McIntyre.
Okay, that's a local Nottingham match.
It is. Oh, Well, Wilkinson
Yeah.
beat Jack Good.
He's had a TP, Wilco.
Plus 25 TP.
Andrew Wynn's had a TP.
Has he really? He's having a great tournament, isn't he? Oh, just about far enough, I think. So, yeah. Thinking again, do you remember Gabrielle's shot where she failed hoop 1?
Mm-hmm.
Well, whenever I used to fail hoop 1, which was quite regularly, people would come up to me after the game and said, I don't think you hit the shot hard enough, Chris. And that was what my initial feeling was with Gabrielle. And certainly when I started playing better, I did hit my hoop 1 stroke more positively. It's okay that. It's probably harder than I would have hit it 25 years ago. But she's got a ball at 3, she's got a ball at 2. She doesn't have to have a forward rush. Anyway, Mark Ormerod back out to do some refereeing, and this looks miles easier than David Goach's. Again, what you were saying about David sending the front ball too far.
Hmm.
There we go.
Easy enough.
I don't know whether she'll just take off here. There is something to be said for taking off to blue and then taking off to yellow.
Take off to blue, yeah.
Because you're coming on onto
down the
yellow
baseline.
on a much better line.
I agree.
That's short.
Mm.
Now it'll be a backward takeoff now.
Possibly from the boundary.
No,
You think not?
no.
No, she can
it's not
tickle that,
bad.
can't she?
No, it's not that bad. Okay.
At this stage in an event at Hurlingham, you have to be completely confident that you're just going to get that in front every single time. And yeah, she's given that a bit more vigour. And will it make it off the lawn? No. So she's got an extra 2.5 feet on this. It's still not long. It always feels a bit longer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're willing it to get off, aren't you?
Particularly when you've missed your rush to hoop 1 last turn. You don't desperately want that extra length, but she's hit it in the middle. And now again, one of these croquet strokes where I want to see a good hoop 4 pan here and her getting a rush on black towards blue. Both things need to happen. It's pretty good.
Yellow's pretty good.
Short, isn't it?
Good.
It's a bit short
Good.
on red, but
You can rush that so the hoops are all out of play.
yeah.
Rush it over into a nice pivot position. Even just on top of yellow. And you should be fine. That's fine. So nothing more exciting than the ball to 4 back here. Not going to peel black. I'm not going to peel black here. I am going to think about things like getting a ball in the middle of hoop 2. So blue in the middle of hoop 2 is going to play a feature of my leave, and I'm going to be laid up on the western side of the lawn with blue in hoop 2. Demonstrate.
Yep.
Try and put that up on the board for you as to what I'm thinking about as a leave. So we
Need a minute.
yeah. So I'm just trying to sort of explain, and whenever you're on the lawn and you're just playing a 4-ball break and the clips are in unusual positions as they are now, we're on black on 3 and blue on 2 back. Yeah, normally it's like 1 and 4 back or 2 and 4 back or 1 and 1, and they're standard clips.
Where you want this black?
Down there somewhere.
The black.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I've got the lawn the wrong way
Down there.
around. Where am I? Hoop 2. So blue there, so black here. And then Yeah, lay it with a rush to black.
Could have a peel on partner for this leaf.
Actually, well, let's
Don't move
let's
it.
put black
I'll do it.
here, further down. Yeah, and put these tight in corner 2. So yeah, if we have a look at this models now, so we're imagining Gabrielle's gone round, and we've got blue sat right in the middle of hoop 2. So one of the great things about putting a ball in the middle of hoop 2 is it won't rush anywhere near hoop 3. Black's on hoop 3.
Yeah.
So, but it will rush all the way down to Gabrielle's hoop 1. So blue's a really good ball for Gabrielle, but a hopeless ball for David. Red and yellow, it looks like a double, but imagine they're about 18 inches apart, just outside corner 2 on the boundary. So I'm giving a 13-yard shot away, which is a negative, but if they miss, I'm probably going to finish. I can niggle balls out. Black's, well in the lawn.
Well, isn't this leaf better if you peel yellow through hoop 2? Through hoop 1?
You can peel yellow through hoop 1, but then it becomes a bit more difficult when blue shoots at black long into corner 4.
Yeah.
You've got to do a bit more work then. If you did that, I would leave a rush pointing probably to the north boundary behind hoop 2.
Well, if you did that, you might want to have black more.
Yeah, and you'd probably
up there.
have black, maybe not quite as far, because the natural shot's blue at black through to corner 4.
Yeah.
So I might still want to push it 4 or 5 yards further south, and you've got it there. But these are the things I'm hoping are going to go through Gabrielle's mind, rather than
I think it'll be a spread.
I'm just
think it'll
taking
be
a ball
spread.
to the peg.
I'm going with a spread.
And yeah, when we're playing big tournaments, and she's hoping to get in an England team, I want to do more with a turn like this than pot around to 4-back.
The only thing I question
Yeah,
is the position of black.
yeah.
You could put black in corner 4.
Or you could put it in NSL position as well,
What on hoop?
on hoop 4.
Well, then when blue hits,
Ah, sure, it gives blue a lot.
yeah,
And if you put it in corner 4, it gives blue a lot less.
yeah.
I was wondering about doing an SL this way round.
The problem is that black will be able to rush all 3 of those balls to hoop 3.
Yes, but you're trying to force blue to play. But if black shoots and
No,
misses,
I'm not actually.
Well,
I don't-
with this leave,
I don't really mind which ball plays. The reason blue's in there is to make it easy for me and difficult for black. So I'm encouraging it to play. But honestly, at the start of the turn, I'm not fussed
no.
whether she plays black or blue on 2-back and 3. And as you say, this looks like black's going to go to 2-back as a pioneer. Now the good thing about that is blue will go to 1-back, so she can get blue in the jaws of hoop 2.
Yeah.
But if she does that, she's making 3-back off partner. So I don't think she's even thought about this blue in hoop 2 option. And just as we were saying yesterday when Gabrielle was going round on her delayed TP, that she was looking comfortable on the lawn, the next step in her development is to look for opportunities like this to do slightly more clever things. And whether you go tight in corner 2 and leave the short shot, or you come down as Jack's showing here,
Well, I've changed this now.
and leave a rush in lawn, blue could be in the hoop and yellow could have a rush down towards black. That's also a perfectly good leave.
So I don't know if you realised when I said that to you, I'd changed it to an NSL.
Oh, okay. I've got the lawn the wrong way around again. I keep thinking hoop 1's bottom left, but
She's going to want a rush with what, yellow?
so yeah, but yeah, something like that.
You could still do that,
Something
couldn't you?
like that as a leave, which gives a lot more long shots for Gabrielle to take, rather than almost forcing her into a 13-yarder that gives you everything.
This is better. I'd say that was better if you was for 1, because you're easily picking up blue out of corner 4, aren't
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
Before you start,
It's
before
not
you've
difficult.
made hoop 1.
It's not difficult to do that. This is very much the leave I had playing Fulford and Patel in the 2014 Mac, but I had got partner yellow on hoop 2, and blue was on the peg, Patel, and Robert was for 4-back, and Rob took the long shot from corner 1 through to corner 2, which is losing, isn't it? So I don't think we'll be seeing blue in the hoop. And if this was the first round of the tournament, I'd be saying absolutely fine. Just settle yourself in, take a ball to 4-back, get comfortable with the lawn. But this is round 7.
Yeah, you should be playing well by now, shouldn't you?
And she has lost 2 games today, so perhaps. But she's had a TPO or an OTP, so she's had a nice settling, peeling break.
She could still have a NSL here, couldn't she?
She could still have an NSL, it's just not as good.
Yeah, the thing is, you can make it hard for black, which is good.
Yeah.
But I think you need to make it hard for blue as
Okay.
well,
Okay.
because I'd be tempted, if I got in with blue, I'd be tempted just to go to the peg.
Really?
Yeah. And go hit your left, because if you don't, I'm winning.
It's certainly a legitimate choice.
Well, I suppose it depends how good a leave you can get. If you want to do what Chris said and only make 2 hoops, you need to be able to have a good leave, don't you? After that, if you're still
Yeah.
picking up a break,
Yeah.
then you might just, like you say, Keith, go
I
to
think
the peg.
you're 2 turns away from finishing.
Well, unless you do a delayed TP.
Well, yeah.
You've done them, haven't you?
Yeah. But, yeah, well.
See,
You should be able to make a leave that's a fairly standard leave and get a delayed TP out of it.
You should, yes. But being something in peg, just conceding a left, is quite powerful.
It is, it's underplayed. I certainly don't object to black in corner 4,
Well, that was my thinking.
but I'm going to be in corner 2 in that case.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
So I am conceding a 13-yarder.
Yeah, well, you're conceding 13 yarders at both ends of the lawn then.
Sure, but hitting black's ugly, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose one of the other leaves we haven't discussed is what you might call a psychological leave. So you put blue in hoop 2 and then you put black 5 yards north of hoop 1 and you just lay a rush on the middle of the east boundary and say whatever shot you take, I've won.
Say that again. Blue in hoop 2.
Yeah, and black 5 yards north of hoop 1.
Right.
You let them have a shot through to corner 4, so you have maybe a delayed TP to do, but you leave your rush pointing at hoop 1 or the ball north of it, and you know if you lift blue, well, you know if you lift black, you've probably just got blue left behind, so you're not going to do much. Yeah, black might be a yard further north than that.
but these balls aren't to scale, Chris.
These balls aren't to scale. No.
Blue's got an 11 yarder at black, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, and or the other thing you can do is it's not too difficult to organise to get black on the wire of hoop 1, or the wire of 2 back, I should say.
Well, I mean, she did have that, didn't she? And I was going to say that, but then I thought it's probably not that good because it's blue's hoop.
But there's a lot of pressure to lift the black.
Yeah, I mean, she had perfect position for it, didn't she? After one back, she had a 3-back partner, and she'd rush partner down to 2-back.
And if you do that, and this is much more difficult than the turn I was describing, because you need to put black on the wire of 2-back, rush to 3-back, and then you rush over to the western side again, and lay your rush pointing behind hoop 2.
Where do you want this blue?
So put these sort of there.
Blue.
With a blue in hoop 2.
Still there.
Yeah, in hoop 2. Yeah, and yellow level with hoop 6 or somewhere, with a rush pointing down here.
Oh, one of those.
One of those.
Okay.
And it's not
No
a
double.
It's not a double from either A bulk or B bulk.
Yeah.
This rush that yellow's got behind hoop 2, and the idea is you can cut it to corner 2,
Yeah.
or you can rush it just to blue if black moves. And black hits in, it hasn't got a break, and blue has no longer got a particularly short 13-yarder. It's moved to about 16 yards, and if it takes it, you've got a ball at your hoop. But there's a lot more work to do to create that leave. So Gabrielle's just stuck to her guns, and she's gone to 4-back and made a
Well, she didn't make a spread.
NSL.
NSL.
So this is encouraging the 2-back ball to play.
She did have a position to leave that ball on 1 and then have this ball in the NSL position. Laid up over here. If she'd have put black there,
Yeah. Yeah.
she could have done that.
Sometimes I don't like that because you don't quite get black right, and black at blue
It
becomes
is short.
interesting.
It is short, but it does give you a standard TP whatever shot they miss.
Yeah, but I don't. If it's a 14-yarder, giving them a late break, and in fact,
Yeah, black needs to be sort of in. It's slightly in the jaws, doesn't it, to guard against that?
Yeah. But there's a time I remember when Steve Comish was playing, and Steve was putting this ball on 2-back, the back of hoop 1, regularly. I think he managed to produce a stat that no one had hit the shot at the ball at hoop 1. It was something like 1 out of 21.
Wow.
I know Greg Brandt likes putting balls on the back of that, but you've got to have quite a good lawn to
Yeah.
justify it.
I suppose the problem with doing this is that black's probably going to lift.
Yeah,
And if it does make her okay,
it's
it's
all
very
the balls
easy.
ahead of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with this as a leave. Blue at yellow gets itself a break pretty easily, doesn't
This
it?
is what I would have. This is what I said to you, or what I was thinking at the start of the turn when we started talking about it.
Whatever
something like
lift
this.
shots hit, black's got a break and blue's got a break.
If it hits, yeah.
And blue's got a defensive shot into the corner, giving a delayed TP away. And I still want to play blue and make 2 hoops and a hammer leave and just finish. So anyway, much more interesting things to think about when the clips are no longer on 1-on-1, and
Which you sort of mentioned, didn't you, earlier in the day?
so yeah, it's nice to see that.
And you could get that. What you were saying earlier in the day is David is on hoop 3 and 2-back due to his own errors, isn't
Yeah.
he? But you could get a position where you've peeled your opponent to
You
hoop
could.
3.
You could, yeah.
And their other ball's still hoop 1. So that's why we were mentioning about the popping.
Yeah.
Results flooding in from the selector, so I suspect that means that it was just hadn't been updated this morning, rather than they weren't playing.
Looks good.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Oh, no. Wow. That was dead centre
I
with
thought
not
he'd
far
nailed
to go.
that. Yeah. See if we can see that.
He's trying to blame me.
We were right behind it in the commentary box, and it was in the middle of yellow. That's gone a long way in 3 yards.
Yeah. Well, it's the first of those we've seen.
Yeah,
do that.
yeah.
That was a banana, as they say.
Mm.
Now that's a change Gabrielle's made that I've suggested.
What's that?
She didn't cast over that and then hit it.
Ah.
So for short rushes, I've suggested she's going to get a better contact, and the ball's going to be sort of skidding on the ground more if she grounds her mallet and plays it a bit like a stop shot. So
I thought she would have played a takeoff here.
I also thought she'd play a takeoff.
Look like you need to try and improve Red, does it? And
That's
if anything,
much
it's made it
worse
worse.
position for Red. You know, you'd much
You didn't
rather
coach
have
her
Red.
to do that,
No,
did you?
no, that's no. You don't want Red out of the rectangle.
I
You
mean,
should
Red
be
was absolutely fine, wasn't it? Where it was. You
almost perfect.
You didn't
wasn't
need
it?
to get it any closer than it was.
That's,
Anyway,
well,
she'll be able to approach this sending black fairly well north, so hopefully make it a bit easier to get to this out of position Red.
Yeah, because where it is now, you ideally need to be rushing north, don't you, R2-1? Whereas
Yeah.
where it was, you could just have Croquet anywhere and it was easily accessible.
Yeah, is it far enough? It is, it's good.
It's straight.
Yeah, good shot. One of the interesting things is if you get a rush to hoop corner 4 after hoop 1, do you take it? And I tended not to.
No. No.
And we won't find out because
I
it's
won't
pointing.
say never ever, but no.
And I think Rob, if he had a really good rush, Rob would take it.
Rob rushes though.
I know.
Doesn't he?
I used to be able to rush quite well towards the end of my playing career. But if you don't get it right, it can cause all sorts of problems.
If she'd have left Red where it was, it would have been easy now, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
Red was
Much easier
ideal.
shot than she's got now.
So yellow's short, black's okay. But yeah, red where it was even now would have been.
Been absolutely fine.
Again, I thought, well, it's too gentle.
I thought it was okay. It looks, the outcome makes it look more gentle than it actually was, I think. Might be wrong.
No, I'd want another 20-30% on that, I think.
No, she's hit that fairly hard.
Okay.
No wire, I think it goes well beyond red.
Well, maybe she wanted a
I'm
rush.
fine with it beyond the edge.
Maybe she
Oh,
wanted
sure.
a rush north.
Yeah.
Maybe she wanted
It
to
wasn't
Croquet on the north boundary.
spunky off the
No,
boundary.
no. I'm sort of playing it at a pace where if it just flicks off one wire, it finishes in the yard line or something.
Okay.
So yesterday we said Gabrielle's delayed TP looked as if she was very comfortable doing that now, and it's going to be another delayed TP, and this red looks a fraction short.
Looks okay though.
You want it towards the corner, picking up blue, and it's a bit
It is short.
northerly, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's better there than on the other side.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but hoop 4's not going to be in the way of
No.
getting to it.
No.
Is she going to rush down?
I don't think she is.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
I think she quite wisely made sure she didn't overhit that. It was better to be.
got
That's
the
a good
option.
shot. I'm definitely rushing it down now.
Rush it to hoop 5, take off to blue. Is an option.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Don't normally rush out Pioneers, do
No.
you? But that's,
This is very
you
playable.
can send blue up to 4 back.
Yeah,
And
you've got a chance at
might
the
get a
peel. Yeah.
after 4.
I think equally, if you rush it badly to 5, you can send blue to hoop 5.
Yeah, you can still recover. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
It gives you some more options as well.
Yeah.
But you'll be taking off to blue from closer, which is my big reason. Like this takeoff from black to blue from here, I don't like it.
No.
Whereas I feel a lot more comfortable taking off to it from hoop 5.
Something in the way here. Hoop 4 in the way a bit.
Should be okay, shouldn't it? It can get within a few yards of blue.
Yes, fine, good.
That's good. Now, do you think black's okay? Would you send blue up to 4 back?
I'm sending blue up to 4 back simply because it gives me an extra opportunity to peel red after hoop 4.
Yeah.
Black is adequate. It's not perfect, but it's adequate. But I am prioritising the back ball. I want the rush to hoop 4. Your ideal position for blue, arguably, is about 4 yards south of the hoop and a little bit on the western side. So you can rush it up and play a stop shot peel without pull, and the ball's in a useful position for you. You can either rush it back south or rush it wide, whatever your preferred option is. I normally rush it back down and croquet it back up. But got to make sure you get the back ball past red.
You're playing for. You need your rush on red after hoop 4, then, don't you?
I do, yeah.
So maybe you can make a case for just putting blue in a skateboard position.
In the box straight away.
Yeah. And then if something goes wrong at 4 and you don't get a rush,
it is a safer line.
this is going down a very bad line.
But my issue is yellow isn't good enough.
Yellow's not good enough and blue's not good enough. Do you think blue's?
I think blue's hilled there.
I think blue's hills, yeah.
Certainly you need a rush back up the lawn now. And not having got the rush to hoop 4, the odds of you peeling 4 back after hoop 4 are slim. And if you don't get a rush, you're in no man's land, really.
I've put this on the graphic where you were talking about having blue.
Oh right, yeah. So if we get that graphic back on the screen.
That's a white tail jack, by the way.
Then this is way too deep. Red is way too deep.
She's not coming back up here now.
But yeah,
is
if you can put blue sort of where Jack's got it there, and then you rush red up after hoop 4, you can end up peeling red with a stop shot. And has this red gone too deep? You want a rush at worst to corner 2. But yeah, that was my idea of giving you a chance of a straight rush.
If she'd have put blue where Keith was saying now, she could just ignore, rush across,
tap red,
and play a croquet stroke, putting red up.
It's much safer.
So when you say tap red, I think I'd be rushing it west of black.
I can't actually see where the rush is pointing, so I'm not sure.
No, okay.
But
I think it's pointing.
If it's pointing at hoop 1, I'm going to rush it over towards hoop 1.
Yeah. You could do, if she'd have put blue in the box, as Keith said, she could end up with this.
Yeah.
Now,
but you should be able to approach hoop 4 to a position where, if you run it off the boundary, you have a northwards rush. That is just. I don't mind people who then play a poor hoop stroke and only run it by 2 yards. That's just a poor stroke. But I can never understand red finishing so deep to the boundary. So she's doing this option that would be okay if she'd put it where Keith wanted the blue to be. No, she's putting it to hoop 6.
She's not. She's going to 6. Well, it's sensible.
It's cautious.
Yeah. Well, if blue won't rush to 6,
Well, I'm cutting that rush and rolling up, and rolling red up and hitting blue. I'm all out for this.
oh, I see what you're right. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's big shots,
Right.
and there's nothing wrong with what Gabrielle's doing here. This is very, sensible. If it was a Mac, he'd say it was a solid line of play.
Yeah.
Um,
Get to the peg.
But no, I'm hoping she's still going to be rushing over after hoop 6 and trying the 4-back peel then.
Yeah, yeah.
And having put red in a good hoop 6 pioneer, she should get good control after hoop.
Looks like she's swapping blue and black today, or doing something. At least moving blue.
Yeah, and that would make sense, wouldn't it? And again, you want to put black in a position north west of the hoop so that you can play a stop shot peel after hoop 6, and wherever it finishes, just to rush black off the north boundary to send 2 back.
Hang on.
What about putting black?
Northwest of hoop 3.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. This might be going to 1 back.
What about putting black on the north boundary behind 6 as a reception ball,
yeah.
so that you can then organise a rush on red across to peeling position?
And where's blue going to be? At 1 back?
Well, it could be at 1 back, couldn't it? Or it could be in escape ball position.
Well, how are you getting a 2-back pioneer?
Well, I'm putting black to 2
Right.
back while I'm getting a rush on red.
Oh, so you're probably going across the rush line a bit there then.
Well, it depends. Well, not if I'm taking croquet, not on the boundaries, somewhere on the boundary behind hoop 6, and I've approached.
Sending it a bit.
Yeah, I mean
further east.
you are going across, aren't you? But
Well, there's black going where you said.
Light black. I think that's a good black. And the beauty about swapping these balls around is she's now going to be able to position blue from a much closer position to 1 back than if she'd have played it from the boundary all the way over there. Still getting tight control on the yellow on the red
Agreed.
to get control out of the hoop. So it's developed from a very scrappy position to quite a tidy one again. Now blue's fine.
see, she wants a rush coming this way, doesn't she?
She does, she
So
wants to
I
play.
would have thought she wanted to have hit red past the hoop.
I
there.
agree.
This is much harder now.
It is.
Although she's done it well.
And she's got a bit of hill to assist, so yellow might
Well,
roll
yellow
a bit
might get a
towards
bit of hill as well.
red as well, yeah. Good going. Good
Yeah,
shot.
that's
Excellent.
very good.
Very good.
Yeah. How often do you think you'd get this peel now?
In peelable position
And actually get the peel?
and get the peel.
50% or more?
I was thinking I was going to get it jawsed 2/3 of the time
Okay.
and peeled maybe 40% of the time.
That's pretty good.
And I think Reg is going to get
Oh.
it peeled or jawsed over 90% of the time. That's one of the differences between Reg and me. Just being able to
Reg
rush a
and
ball.
most people,
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
fair.
Rushing a ball to peeling position and peeling it. He's better than anyone I've seen on
Yeah.
those two
So,
elements.
do you think the reason he's that good is clearly he's got control of his swing in terms of pace,
So ball striking.
and but it also makes a clean contact on each rush, doesn't it?
A clean contact on each rush, and what some people don't appreciate is if you watch Reg play a straight peel, the speed at which he delivers his mallet to the striker's ball is remarkably slow and controlled, and he gets a consistent strike on the striker's ball, and if he's lined it up right, it goes through the hoop. And lots of other people, they just hit slightly across it, maybe not with quite as fluent and smooth a style, and they don't get the same result, even if they've lined it up as well as Reg does. And you'll see him, he'll just line up a 4-yard peel at 2-back, and it'll just glide through the hoop as if it didn't exist. And that is ball striking. Whether it's a single ball or whether it's a croquet stroke, it's a lovely technique.
What was it Lord Ptolemaish famously wrote?
The only difficult thing in croquet is hitting your own ball.
I wondered whether she could have had a go at a little aspinall peel there.
I thought that as well. So perhaps we ought to. You want to explain to the crowd what an
pretty
aspinall peel is?
Risk-free, I thought.
I thought it was as well.
So you'd be looking to get red into the jaws.
Which it is.
Yeah, but then in
And then
the
yellow
same
follows
stroke,
through and
yellow comes and
cuts it through the hoop.
pokes it through in the same stroke.
Bouncing off to the side itself.
Yeah, and I mean black was fine, wasn't it? It was. I don't think there could have been anything could have gone wrong with that.
Apart from you hit it down the wrong line to start with.
Yes.
That's what normally goes wrong with it.
Yeah.
So you're playing a very short roll from, literally a foot, 18 inches away from the hoop, and you've got to get your ball going 2 or 3 degrees off centre on the correct side, and it's easier than it sounds.
But if anything, you're probably more likely to get too much split.
Yeah,
And in that case, that wouldn't have mattered
wouldn't
at all.
have mattered, no. So as long as you don't go dead straight at it,
Yes.
that's the thing that causes you to break down. And this looks like a lovely shot.
When red bounces slightly out of the hoop and yellow follows through into it,
Yeah.
Yeah, you look
nicks off
silly then,
into
don't
the
you?
jaws,
Yeah.
and you can't hit black.
I think that's a
But I mean,
cracking
it was
shot.
It was
That's a good shot. Yeah.
it was all very close there, wasn't it? It wasn't.
This doesn't need hitting hard. Okay.
Yeah, you had to be in really good position there to avoid feeling that you needed to hit it firmer than that. And she got right on the line.
And having it there is so much better than it being on the boundary, isn't it?
Which is
On the
where
north
James
boundary.
had it
Yeah.
earlier.
There's a good takeoff now.
I was always a little bit more comfortable by this stage of a break. You've made 7 hoops. Your touch ought to be okay. Get a good rush on black.
Well, black needs rushing, doesn't it?
This looks okay. She seems unhappy with it.
Yeah, I mean, she looked unhappy
It's
with
a
where she
perfect
rushed.
shot.
She looked unhappy with where she rushed black to before 1-back as well, and I thought, well, that looks fine. Looks like where you'd want to rush it to. And
No, I mean-
again, there she's played a really good shot.
It's
but
a
she
10.
she looked disgusted, didn't she?
Yeah.
Did she?
Maybe she was trying not to move red as much. I don't know, but
Maybe.
red's okay there.
Yeah.
And she's got a good 3-back pan here. She's got a lovely rush on black. Red's in the middle of the
She's going
lawn.
to rush back to red here.
Yeah. Needs to set up for peeling red through penultimate before 4-back. And I think this, from a position where she was in trouble,
Yeah, she's done really well.
she's taken a cautious line to reconstruct the break, and now she's looking like she's going to finish. I think it's really good.
Yeah, and she, like you say, she's done it in a way where she's never really put the break at risk, has she?
Yeah. Slightly overhit her 2-back there, so she's got a rush pointing a little bit too far west.
I think you can afford to spank this straight.
Yeah, just hit it off the north boundary. Anywhere
Yeah.
off the north
Yeah.
boundary works.
You're going to have a playable shot.
Yeah.
We've still not had any comments on the YouTube, so do let us know that somebody's watching.
Is there anybody there?
Oh, no.
Don't know.
So that's where
That's
her 4-back pioneer is going to be now.
See, that was probably the ideal line to cut it down, but she didn't have the power, did she?
But as Keith and myself said, all you have to do is hit it off
Yes,
the north boundary anywhere.
But she went for the cut, didn't
Yeah.
she? Rather than just, like you say, off the north boundary.
And she's risking not. She's going to See, I would try and get a better rush on red than this. She's trying to prioritise black a bit too much. Oh, she's played it well.
good.
That's a good shot.
Yeah.
That is a good shot.
It's a
You're
super
getting a
shot.
takeoff, which is okay.
I wouldn't have done much with the black there.
If
I'd have-
anything, black's probably too close to penalty.
I think it's perfect. I've just loaded it in the box where it was and definitely got a rush on red.
That's harsh.
Probably south towards corner 4. And now she's potentially got black in the backswing, and she's going to have to take off from the right hand side of this, moving red further away from the hoop. It's not a major problem.
Now we've got some comments, so we know we're live.
So one of the key hoops on a delayed TP is 3 back, because you need a rush out, and that is another perfect takeoff. Super shot. Just got to make sure this finishes south of the hoop. Don't want to rush it so it hits the hoop. That's good. Quite nice approaching from there when you're wanting a rush up towards red and black. You can put blue quite a long way past the hoop. Perfect shot. And if she can start doing shots like that regularly, the entirety of her game is going to just improve in leaps and bounds.
And no casting on that hoop
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
hoop stroke.
Lots to like about this. And one of the things I said when I was playing an English national doubles was, as a selector, when you're playing in a tournament, it's really difficult to watch as many of the games as you want. But the beauty about coming here, you don't just look and go, "Oh, Gabrielle's won 4 out of 6 in the first series," or whatever, 4 out of 7. You actually see how she's moving the balls around the lawn, and I think there's a lot to like about it. Just looking at where her options are for rushing red in front. She could opt to rush it north of black and play the peel from longer away with a firmer shot, or rush it south of black and play quite a delicate dab into the jaws, holding
She's
for the
gonna be
rush.
rushing it north. That would end up being quite a long way away from the hoop.
Yeah, I know it would, but it would be more likely to get a good rush to 4 back. I think unless she skates it past the edge of black here, she's going to end up with a little cut rush to 4 back.
That's fine.
That's fine,
That's fine.
but it went
Jaws
quite
is
close
good.
to black.
Yours is good.
Great. Yep. Key to me here is I want a good rush to 4 back. I think I'll probably won as long as I make 4 back.
Now this kneeling pad lives in her bag.
Oh, you found out, have
it's
you?
a personal.
Is it to protect her white trousers?
Well, could be. I haven't asked her, but she was doing a peel down on All One earlier, and she came back for it and said something about it's in my bag.
So it's not a kneeling pad, it's a peeling pad.
Peeling for very good, yes.
And just running through the rules again, Keith, the laws.
Go on.
Is this an artificial aid?
I've absolutely no idea.
I don't think it is,
I think it was fine.
because you're not playing the shot whilst it's in use. So you could walk out with an umbrella on the lawn, and providing that you're not touching it while you're playing, or it's being held over you by your partner, it's not an artificial aid, unless it's actually in use while you're playing the stroke during the striking period.
I think it was fine in the mid-1980s when I qualified as a referee.
What about one of those hats that's got the umbrella built onto it?
Ah, that's yeah, they're good, aren't they? Red and yellow ones, like. in the drawers, that's fine. Yellow's good. And lots of people here after 4 back, they go back and they peel red and then they send it through to Rover. And I just leave it in the drawers.
You leave it in the drawers?
Yeah, Irish peel it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So let's look at the things that can happen. You can rush peel it and you can rush peel it by a foot. And then you haven't got a swing to send it down to Rover. You can have the peg directly in play.
Well, sure, the peg's directly in play.
It is. I suppose you're going to line it up either way to miss the peg.
there's not a lot of spaces if she does rush it through. Because blue's quite close, isn't it?
Yeah, blue's too close to be rushing this through. And some people try and rush it all the way down to Rover, Keith. That's the worst of the options. Because you've got no control of where it finishes. And again, for all those people trying TPs in their early days, you don't have to push for the peels. Once you've got the 4-back peel, if you get down to a straight double, you've got a decent chance. All these death rolls.
I used to practice finishing from 3-back and penult.
Right.
Just practice doing that, or 2-back and penult.
2-back and penult was what I normally tried, with partner at 2-back.
Yeah, just practice that over and over again until you know, oh yeah, if I get here,
I'm happy.
I'm finishing.
Yeah.
And then it takes the pressure off the 4-back peel.
It does.
Well, she's taking your advice, as in doing what you suggested.
Yeah.
Not literally taking advice.
And I think black's a little bit too far south.
Okay.
I'm going to put blue just fractionally south of hoop 6. So if on the Irish peel yellow just grovels through,
you can still hit it.
You can still hit it.
Yeah.
I know Stephen Mulliner puts blue about 3 yards
Does he?
south, and he says he's never broken down because of it. So we'll have to assume that that's the gospel. So just line this up to miss the peg by, I would normally say, a full ball.
On the right.
On whatever side is easiest.
I agree, on the right.
But on the right, on this lawn for the hill.
Isn't it? Well, and because black's there.
And because black's there. But the hill goes right to left as well here. So don't even think about running the hoop, just play a croquet stroke, sending red to Rover.
That looks good, doesn't it?
It's okay.
Good.
It's
Yeah,
average.
it's a bit short, isn't it?
I think
It pulled up quicker than
I thought it was
going
to. I thought it was going to be closer than that.
I think that's short enough that I want a deep ball. And that's if I don't want a deep ball, I think I've played a good shot sending my Rover peely out. But if I think I need a deep ball, it's not quite as good as I was hoping for.
I suspect you're going to have to explain that for the viewer.
Yeah, so the deep ball here, which would be blue quite normally, would go towards the south boundary, and the idea being that if she peels Rover with a stop shot and red jawses, that she can jump over red to the deep ball. So blue's gone deep, and the reason you need a deep ball is red's quite a long way away from Rover still. If red was within 4 or 5 feet of Rover, and you were guaranteed to be peeling with an Irish peel, which is both balls trying to go through the hoop in the same shot, then you don't need a deep ball because you're never going to be jumping. So black is the side ball, same principle as at penult. It wants to be just a bit south of Rover, so that if she just grovels through with an Irish peel, she's got a side ball to hit. And really you want to rush red in a good enough position to be Irishing. Stop shots are a bit old-fashioned nowadays, and that's going to be a stop shot. I think that's not far enough.
You've got to be pretty confident of your stroke to play that as an Irish.
Yeah.
Although on the screen it doesn't look too bad.
looks a bit angled and a bit long.
Looks like it could be a yard away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Peeling pad coming out. Yeah.
And the other thing we should say is blue's really good. You know, it's only going to be about a 4-yarder when she jumps over it to the south boundary.
Why would she have to jump over it?
So if she plays a stop shot instead of an Irish, and red finishes in the jaws, and yellow finishes, 18 inches a foot in front, and she jumps over the red, then yellow's almost certainly going to go to the south boundary.
There's red finishing in the jaws, and then there's red peeling by a foot, 2 foot,
Yeah,
3 foot.
You have to jump over that then.
Because you've got to give yourself, what, an 18-inch hoop?
18-inch hoop, and you're not going to run that by less than 2 feet, are you?
From this angle, is she going to play this straight at the hoop, or is she going to play it moving with a bit of split?
Personally, I think straight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be trying to pull this into the...
I play it with split if I'm not Irishing.
Well, only so that you get a straight hoop.
Oh, she's
with red.
Irishing. She's Irishing.
Right, okay, well...
Oh no, she isn't.
Well, you still want to be jumping now.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to clear red.
She's walked up to that very quickly.
And this is a stage where playing some golf croquet is going to be an advantage. Golf croquet players are going to make this shot look so much easier. And it's not as straight because she's played it dead straight, and she hasn't played my pulley shot. So she's got the peel, but she's got a slightly angled jump now.
Yeah, I think that's what I was saying. If she'd played that with a slight split, she'd been straighter, wouldn't she? Now in front of the hoop.
She's running it on the ground. This is just going into red.
I'm slightly surprised, to be honest. Okay. Well,
And yeah, our top GC players are going to probably make that look pretty straightforward. Reggie's going to make it look easy. Even people like Aston, Ewan, they're going to think that's a pretty straightforward shot. And now Gabrielle is it's a bit of a quandary. She could just make a leave. She could float yellow up float red up as close to the peg as she can, getting a rush on probably black towards the peg, and then bombard the red onto the peg. But you really need red within a foot, I would say, of the peg to be comfortable doing that.
short. I think short.
You like short, do you? I like giving it a chance to reach. Because it's a...
Yeah, I mean, I'd play it just hoping that,
6
like you
inches
say,
past.
it lands on the peg.
Yeah. And I'd probably play it if I'm confident of hitting blue with a straight stop shot. And then turn around and hit whatever I've been left.
Yeah. Get a good rush on black.
Get a good rush on black.
Yeah.
Moving blue away from a bulk line in the process, just as a secondary security line. The question is, does she fancy hitting blue after croqueting red at dead weight to the peg?
I think it's going to be quite a long shot. Well, fairly long. Might be what do you reckon? Might be a 6-yarder?
Could be. Because she can play a sort of half roll sending it to the peg and rush black to the south boundary, but then you're rushing...
I don't think you're going to have such good control
Exactly.
over red, are you, doing that?
Or even the ball that you're bombarding with. It's much further away.
Yeah. Where's this going?
This is going away.
This is a leave. Okay. Well, keep it on the lawn.
Yeah, that's fine.
There was an option there of having to go at the peg out and leaving partner near the peg,
And pegging yourself
pegging
out.
one ball out and,
Yeah.
and saying to David, well, if you hit in, have a go. If you don't, I'm pegging out.
Yeah. I think particularly that's strong on the basis that there's the potential that she won't get a lift shot. He might just take his 2-back ball to 4-back and finish with a delayed TP. I think if you're guaranteed to get a lift shot, leaving both balls on the lawn is a bit more attractive. But I think I'd have pegged the ball out.
Really interesting. See,
I mean, she could have.
against a good player, you get one more shot then, and it's very long, and you can't.
Well, no,
miss it.
not necessarily.
Pretty-
they have to
pretty
hit a lift.
well.
They have to hit a lift, don't they?
Yeah, but once they have,
Well, yeah, if they hit
it's
the
only
lift.
going to be a 13-yarder or something, probably,
Yeah, for 13,
with a
14.
ball in the middle of the lawn.
Yeah.
Obviously, they might miss it, and you win, and nobody remembers what happened. But once they hit it too often, that
People
last shot.
people shoot too often in the pegged out ending as well. Once they've got to 3 and peg, people can just find a corner and they can get 4 free shots. Never mind, this player just finishes straight away. Have your 4 free shots. You're not going to get a lift,
No,
but you might get many shots from corner to corner, or at least into a corner that's a long way behind their break, and they have to dig something out.
well, if you hit with black and get a break, you're going to the
You-
peg.
Yeah,
And when you're laying up in corner 1
yeah,
and putting the oppo peg ball behind hoop 3, so you can't see the peg, ideally.
ideally, yeah.
But this way,
So you don't shoot,
I'm going to go to corner 3 and cross my fingers.
right? Corner 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Don't want to go to corner 2 because they'll just make 2 back and lay over it, rush to 3 back.
Okay. Yes,
So you can't go to corner 1 because
okay.
that's where they are. You can't
Yeah.
go to corner 4 because that's the next hoop.
Yeah,
So you go to corner
okay.
3.
Yeah.
So
would we count that as an error then, not attempting a jump shot?
the leave isn't good enough, is it?
think-
Black's got a 11.5 yarder.
It
Well,
wasn't.
it has,
It wasn't
yeah.
as easy. It wasn't a easy jump shot, maybe, but she should have been able to play it. She should have. If she'd have played that shot, I would have expected her to at least make the hoop.
I think that's right. You should be able to play the shot expecting never to fail the hoop.
Yeah. So she would have run the hoop, and she might or might not have.
Got some spin
yellow,
and
yeah.
been lucky or gone over it with a good shot, or so I think that's certainly something she can maybe look back after this game, where, remember, we've said it was a really good turn,
It was a good turn, yeah.
and that's a shot she needs to have in her armoury.
Yeah. Or think about playing that peel with a bit of split.
Or playing it as Irish. One of the great things about having the slightly angled peel is you're less worried about it going off the lawn, so you can give it a little bit extra.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I would have played it with a Irish,
Yeah,
well, semi-Irish, at a weight where it was yellow, wasn't it? Yellow basically gets in the jaw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah.
that's okay.
Now then, if that actually works, then you can run the hoop by a few inches and hit black.
Yep. Anyway, peg and peg against 3 and 2 back. It might just end up being a plus 17 and anyone thought it was a basic game, but it's been actually quite interesting.
The problem with playing it at a weight where the striker's ball goes in the jaws is it can't go in the jaws if red is stuck there. It
Yep.
tends to bounce off to the side and you can't run the hoop.
So black at blue from A-Bulk, the expected shot. And it's actually quite a tricky pickup, isn't
It is,
it?
isn't it? She's not made it easy.
The beauty about this is, one, they say there's a rule that if your opponent's got a rush to the peg, you join up,
Yes,
just in case they rush to the peg and miss the peg out.
yeah. Or just rush badly to the peg.
Yeah.
And don't fancy the peg out.
Yeah. So I think this is the right shot.
thinks he'll drag it out nicely if he hits this.
We've got a good camera angle here to see the shot. Remember, David's lift was a really, really good shot.
Yes.
It's middling it with 3 yards to go.
We haven't switched to slow motion.
It's a good example for you seeing how far left David aims. You think he's going to miss it.
Aims left on the backswing.
Yes.
By the time he's got to the ball and casting over it,
Well, he doesn't think he's aiming left, does he?
No.
He thinks
He only
he's aiming at
sees
the
the
ball.
bit that's beyond black, doesn't he? Which looks quite good.
I don't like the fact that it doesn't look as if he's ever going to hit the middle of the ball. That's, I think hitting the middle of the ball is such an important thing. It sounds basic, but I've had patches where I just haven't hit the middle of the ball. No, always missing on the left.
That saved us about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Get yourself off to the theatre now, Chris.
Yeah, well, this is going to be my last bit of commentary for the day, I
Are you
think.
back tomorrow?
I'm going to be back for a
Good.
while tomorrow, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I think Nick's coming tomorrow, isn't he? So you can.
Oh, good.
Possibly Jamie.
Excellent.
Oh, right, good, yeah.
Still needs a little bit of work, this. It's not pointing directly at the peg. Looks okay, that. Yeah, that's good enough. And this will move Gabrielle to 4 out of 6, but will be her first win of the day.
Yeah, and I don't know what her position
In the
peg game.
no, I don't
game is,
either.
to be honest.
Four
She
out
did
of-
tell me she'd broken down, hadn't she, after one back? So I think when they resume, Harry's just made her okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure what his clips are.
I was always very happy to get to 4 out of 6.
What about 4 out of 7?
Well, it wasn't bad, but I won most of the time from 4 out of 6.
Right.
Well done to Gabrielle.
Yep.
Thanks very much to Keith and Jack for your company.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Enjoy the theatre.
Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to go up to the hut for 5 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll
I'll probably join you.
come back in 5 or 10 minutes, or however long it is until the next game starts. The next game is Samir, and who is he playing? I looked it up earlier. Stephen. So join us again in 10 minutes for Stephen versus Samir.
bottom right of the picture. We are now live, Jack.
We're back.
That's because we've got this round 8 game starting.
Yep.
Stephen Mulliner's playing Samir Patel, and Stephen has probably about a minute and a half since he lost his last game to Robin Brown.
I wonder if they're playing super advanced.
Ah, they could be, couldn't they?
Well, when we finished a quarter of an hour ago, I said it would be 5-10 minutes. I didn't realise that none of the other 3 games had finished, but Robin, like Keith says, about 2 minutes ago beat Stephen with a TP, so he's had 6 wins, hasn't he now?
6 out of 7.
6 out of 7 and 6 TPs.
Right.
So he is the
That's
informed
pretty
player.
good form.
Very good. And Harry in the last round beat Samir, didn't he?
So
Which we
Harry's
just seen.
broken his duck.
Don't know what the score
We
was.
think, well, has James... They've not finished down on Lawn
James
1, have
and Debbie are the last game going in the last round. And you'll be pleased to hear that James did have a go at a rush peel. So I got excited about that, but it's a good job Chris wasn't watching, wasn't it?
they?
Because
No, it ended up in the jaws.
did end up in the jaws. But it was about a 7-yard rush peel, wasn't it?
And he hit it, absolutely smashed
He
it.
smacked it, didn't he?
Yes.
And it still ended up in the jaws.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good job that Chris didn't see that, because otherwise he would have been told unless he told us so.
Well, I suspect this is super advanced because
I think it probably is.
This round 8 is always the same pairings as round 1.
Yeah, but it doesn't always go, does it? So 8 is not necessarily the same as 2.
There's
You
1.
didn't play in the same order. So even though 7 is the same as 1,
No, 8's the same as 1.
8's the same as 1.
7 is the same as 14.
Is it always the same? I didn't think it was always in the same order.
No, the 2 series aren't in the same order.
No.
But rounds 1 and 8
Yeah, okay.
are the same.
Right, yeah.
And they played, these two, Samir and Stephen, did play super advanced in round 1.
Yeah, and Stephen didn't put out a super shot, did he?
No.
So
So he's now...
that might indicate that
he's
it's
now
super
looking.
advanced.
He's taking quite a long time to assess what to do here. Ah, so we're just getting a tip that in the round 7 game down on Lawn 1, James
James is for peg alone, isn't he?
is
And
not,
James is for peg alone.
right. Well, Debbie has hit.
Debbie's hit,
Apparently,
yeah.
so she's for 4 back alone. Right, Stephen's having a go. Oh, he's having a gentle. That's an interesting.
A bit of a dribble.
Go. No. What do we think about that, Jack?
It's landed in a good spot, hasn't it? What do you think?
I'm just.
Well, he didn't
it
shoot
looked-
hard, did he? Because he didn't want to go anywhere near A ball, so that's why he dribbled at it.
Yes.
Doesn't look
I
like
can
he-
understand that.
Doesn't look like he could have left a double from B bulk, I don't think.
Black presumably rushes pretty near hoop 1.
It does.
So-
It can't join up with blue, I don't think, because it's
Right.
in the way.
So if red hits yellow, it's got a reasonable chance of getting a break, I would have thought.
Should do.
Which would be true whatever black had done, other than hitting yellow. A lot of people would have gone at yellow maybe from 3rd corner, wouldn't they?
People do
With
that,
black.
don't they?
Hmm.
Other people would have just shot a partner.
Some people would have just shot at partner. Some people would have shot at partner from corner 3.
Could do that.
I assume Samir's going pretty hard at this. I mean, Or is he thinking, surely not, of just dribbling?
He could join up,
towards
couldn't he?
yellow?
Because it looks like red
he's
and yellow will be
wired from
wired.
black.
Black's probably got to move because it's in the middle, but I don't think it can hit blue. It might be able to, but it looks like the peg's in the way.
I think he's going to go hard at this.
So Samir could try and join up with yellow.
Well, the trouble is, if you get any amount of hill, then red
Yeah.
could be open. Is he trying to make a? He can't make a double of
I mean,
this,
it's
can he?
very hard to hit this so that it just reaches, isn't it? But if you want to join up with it and not leave a double, you're not even attempting to make a Croquet, are you?
That's right.
Which
I know, it seems.
he won't think that's a
No,
good idea.
He's going hard at this. Okay. Well, it's gone towards hoop 1, but I don't think it's close enough to justify trying an approach. I think he'll be sending yellow to hoop 2. Coming back towards black.
It's not a nice angle though, is it? If he's going to try and get a rush on black towards hoop 1.
Well, we can't see exactly where black is, but it won't. No, what's this? It won't rush to 2, will it? Black. The only hoop it really rushes to is these purposes. Oh, hello. Okay. Well, presumably, once he's hit blue here, he's sending blue to 2.
Yeah.
Trying to get a rush on black to 1.
This is a much better line. It's further away, isn't it? But it's a much better
Well,
line
you're
to
coming
come
right
along.
across it, but you are travelling
Yeah.
13, 14 yards to get a rush.
It still feels easier than trying to get.
Well, it's a straight shot, isn't it? You're
yeah,
not sort
it
of.
feels easier than if he'd have tried to put partner to hoop 2 and get a rush on black to hoop 1.
Yeah, because then to get the rush, you have to go reasonably close to black.
You just want to sneak
and
past
if you
it, don't
rotate
you?
it's not good.
Yeah.
In the if you rotate in a croquet stroke, it's not good. Oh, we've got some people actually watching, Joe.
Yeah. We've got one of your old mates, William Pritchard.
Oh, excellent.
He says thank you. So that's good. We've
You're
had some
welcome.
feedback from Liz Wilson regarding the graphics, so we'll see if we can improve on that. And Dennis Scar's enjoying the commentary.
Yeah, Nick Parrish has said the dribbling at the tougher ties is something
Yeah.
Fulford
I think he means.
advocated.
I think he means what Stephen did rather than Samir dribbling at it.
Yes, yeah, turn 3.
Yeah, turn 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's good to have your comments. Thanks for those. Chris has disappeared to go to the cinema, not the cinema, the theatre, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So you're stuck with us two. Debbie's
Go on, what's Debbie done?
She's in a 2-ball game, isn't she?
She is. She was fullback against Pegger Lane.
She looks like she might be trying to approach Rover.
Okay, well, Samir's. He has rushed black towards hoop 1. Sounded like his ball hit the peg.
And he probably, when he was rolling partner over here, he probably wanted it closer to the boundary than that, didn't he? So that he
For
could
defensive reasons.
defensive. So if he got to this position, he could look at going back to it. But it's not particularly close to the boundary, so it's not easy to join up with it with a really good rush, is it?
No.
So that's why he's going for this take. I mean, he might have gone for this takeoff anyway, wouldn't he? But yellow being that far away from the boundary has taken that option away from him.
Now he's got a straightish hoop. Oh, look at that. But it is probably a couple of yards, do you think?
Could be. Probably just under a couple.
Yeah, he's a good hoop runner.
Nice.
And well, he's going to move black a little bit in the croquet, isn't he? But blue's in quite a good position.
Yeah, so Stephen says they are playing super advanced.
Right. Okay.
So there's a good chance we might see a similar leave to what Samir made earlier on this lawn. If he makes 4 back and 1 back in this turn, or there's a chance that he might stop at 1 back.
He stopped at 3 back, didn't he?
That's what I mean. So there's a chance we might see the same leave as we saw before, or we might see a 1 back leave, but it would be a lift leave. I think he's probably going to make 1 back, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll do what he did
Yeah.
it was against James, wasn't it? So he's gone and collected yellow, so he's got all the balls, he can do whatever he wants.
This will progress quite quickly, won't it? He's quite a quick player, so we'll soon find out what it is he's going to do.
Well, it'll be a few minutes before we know. Oh, he's not happy about that. No. Quite sure what went wrong there, but neither ball's gone far enough.
Looks like Debbie's just secured her second win.
Has she?
Looks
Oof.
like it.
Well. She did well then,
Yeah.
because four back against Peg alone. It's not a promising situation.
So she'll be 2 out of 6. James will be
Well,
3 out of
Jack,
6.
Look at this.
Oh, you've
Early
had
hoop 6 pioneer.
getting excited. He must have been listening to your commentary. I
So he wasn't happy with that hoop 4 pioneer, but you notice he did get a good rush on it, and he has rushed it well. So he's
and he's got a
approaching
good
to
hoop 5 pioneer, hasn't he?
close and more or less straight in front.
Yeah.
So he's got the break under control again. Now just needs to give this a little bit of thought, because I think he's planning to put blue to 2 back and keep yellow
Yeah.
to for the Pioneer at one back.
So that's a difference, isn't it, from making a leave in normal advanced. Seem to be saying quite regularly about having partner at two back. If he's going to be making a contact leave, which it looks like he is, you actually want partner at one back, don't you?
Well, yeah, because he's going to be leaving partner in corner 2, isn't he?
Yeah, after one back.
Yeah.
So,
Although Samir does actually advocate putting an opponent's ball at 2 back as an early Pioneer.
anyway,
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to be giving away a contact at the end of this turn, assuming he doesn't break down.
Yep, it's all pretty controlled. If you notice, he is giving himself pretty easy hoops.
Yeah.
On every occasion.
So I've put on the graphic the same leave as last time. Last time he did give James a sort of slight option, didn't he, of a rush up the east boundary, which James took.
James took it. I mean, it didn't really gain him
It didn't,
anything,
did it? No, but he might be trying to take that option completely out.
Here. He's, rather than trying to get a rush on black towards yellow, he's decided to take it down to blue, and he's played it pretty well. He will actually slightly improve his 2-back Pioneer and get a rush on blue back up the lawn.
See if we can get this graphic up. We might be able to have some transparent background. I don't know.
It's on its way. Patience. There we go.
So that's what he's looking for at the end of the turn.
So he's putting blue towards corner 2.
Yep.
This morning he actually made the hoop and then he rushed yellow into blue, didn't he? Which he didn't really want to do, but still managed to make a decent leave.
Yeah, I mean, what would you be thinking about black? Black is a very good 2-pine. I'm just wondering if it's too good.
Well, I'd certainly want to get a rush on blue.
Yeah.
Down to well, I think probably the west boundary would be good enough, sort of level with hoop 5 or somewhere around there.
But you need to be close to black, don't you, when you rotate it?
What is it? Red striker's ball very close to black. Yeah. It's actually black. Looking from here, black appears to be in the position you would want it in when you were playing the approach shot.
Yes. Yeah, it's very, very tight, isn't it? Which just means, you know, you can't leave yourself a 2-yarder on it.
No. So he didn't rush yellow into blue this time. He's got yellow pretty much in the corner.
And he didn't make 3-back last time, did he?
No.
So will he be doing the same thing? I think he probably will, won't he?
Yeah. Okay, so he may not rush this actually onto the west boundary because it's quite a tight angle to get it to where he'd want to. So he may be just controlling the distance that blue travels to give himself enough room, because actually he wants to send blue, doesn't want to send it to 3-back as such, does he? He wants to send it
more
towards
past
corner 4.
Yeah.
Well, he has gone towards the west boundary.
Yeah.
So
I would have liked to be closer to black, though.
I think so, yeah. I think
I mean, he has given him enough space, hasn't he, to get blue past free back, so that's a
Definitely,
good thing.
That's
But
not a problem.
the downside is he is a few yards away from black, so he needs the red ball to travel a fair distance.
Yeah, how's he done? He's done reasonably well, I would
Red's
say.
okay.
Blue's not great.
That might indicate he is going to make free back
Well,
if he's gone for a pioneer. And if you were having a pioneer, you would want it that side, wouldn't you? Just in case you don't get a rush out of 2 back.
sure.
So we might see him make free back this time.
On the other hand, if your plan was always not to make it, you can still not make it, can't you?
Oh yeah.
We'll find out in the next few moments. Well, that tells me that
I
he's
don't
not
think
making 3 back.
No.
Now, where is black gone? Quite near the corner.
I mean, the ultimate version of this leave would be probably to have blue and black in contact.
Well, Dave Morgan used to do that.
if you can do it, yeah. But that does require some precision, doesn't
Skill,
it? Yeah.
I think is the word we're looking for. Nothing wrong with exhibiting some skill, though.
No, but you need more control maybe than Samir's got in this turn.
I'm still not sure exactly how far north of the corner black is. He's moving it a little bit further north with this takeoff. Now here you don't want to hit blue, do you? Because he's trying to get beyond blue.
Yeah.
So he's got to rush back, and he has hit it.
That might force him to make free back now.
Well, yes, good point. Yeah.
I think he will make free back now. Yeah, so as something we've discussed, Liz is pointing out about the graphic being maybe the wrong way round, and that is something we've discussed. The issue that the commentary team forgot is that we're sitting on the north boundary, so having the graphic the way it is actually much easier for us because the graphic is the same way as the lawn. But yeah, I do understand that when you're watching at home, it might seem like it's the wrong way round. Yeah, and from the production side, they're saying the 2 of the cameras are up this end of the lawn as well. I think it would probably be too confusing for me to try and do those graphics the other way round. I'm sure I'd probably get it wrong. So unfortunately, unless there's any way of us flipping the image between myself and what you're seeing, I don't think that's something that we're going to be able to do, unfortunately.
Well, he's got blue and black on the boundary, which is good, isn't it? And the question now is he just going to leave blue?
You can leave blue there, can't you?
Move it a few yards closer to black?
The issue with having blue up this boundary is that if black lifts and takes croquet from red in corner 3, blue's just so much closer, isn't it?
Yes.
When you play your roll stroke. But there's no immediate danger from having blue there rather than having it closer to corner 4. So that takeoff from black to blue before free back has sort of cost him, hasn't it? He's
Failing
had to
to get blue between hoop 4 in the corner cost him.
Yeah. So he's
Didn't
had to make an extra hoop, which he didn't want to do ideally.
Yeah, so it
and
brings
he's also,
a TPO into play.
yeah,
for
and his
Stephen.
leave's also slightly worse, isn't it? And potentially there's
Well, the leave would have been okay if he had come through 3-back properly.
potentially there's a takeoff from red to blue, with blue being there.
Yes, I mean a thick takeoff here gets yellow, say level with 2 or something like that. Hit red. No, he's hardly moved yellow, and he's got nowhere near red.
He's got about a 7-yarder.
Well, and the rest. No, maybe 7. Okay, but
Well, it's 7 to the hoop, isn't it?
Nope.
That's the danger, isn't it? When you leave yourself a slightly longer roquet, you can miss them.
Well, the good news, such as it is that it's Samir's 4-back ball.
Yeah.
But it does give Samir the opportunity to make a good leave.
Yeah.
Now, what would a good leave look like?
That's what I was just wondering. Shame Chris has gone, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to do our own thinking.
I'll just give him a ring.
Well, it's easy enough to punt black down towards hoop 1.
Yeah.
The difficulty is that yellow is quite a long way from blue. It's the other side of the lawn. And whether you now go to yellow or blue.
Yeah, it's quite difficult,
quite
isn't it,
difficult.
to move blue and yellow in this turn?
Yeah. Right, well he's found black to hoop 1. What's he going to do with blue?
Is he going to be brave enough to try and roll blue over to hoop 2?
That's a big roll.
It's a big roll. And
I
if
mean-
anything, black's probably too short, isn't it? Probably wants to be a bit further away.
I think he's looking at some sort of thick takeoff.
Yeah. He's wondering whether
Possibly-
there's a cross
Could
wire.
he get a wire? Maybe.
Could be. And laid up in corner 2.
Well, you've wiggled blue off the boundary a bit, and you can leave a rush to it, can't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
And so Stephen then has the choice of, if he moves black without making a roco, then Samir will get a rush to blue and can start
Yeah, precision pickup.
potentially getting a break going. And obviously if he doesn't move black, then that's a pioneer for Samir. He's come up a bit short here.
Let's have a look at this cross wire.
We can't really tell, can we?
It's hard
He
to
might
tell.
have got it. Stephen will tell. Stephen's gone for a look.
Stephen's having
Yeah.
quite a good look at
Oh
it.
well, it must be close.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, Samir's not attempting to hit yellow here. Have a look at that.
No. Just trying to lag a rush to blue, presumably.
Yeah. It's quite a long rush. Well, he's definitely not left black a double target.
What did he
Just
say?
had a tip off from Samir
I
that
didn't hear what he said.
had he shot at yellow just now with red and missed,
Yeah.
he was giving a lift away with blue.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, it's a good
Potentially.
thing to spot before he missed
Yeah,
it.
that was well spotted.
Yeah. Stephen's going to ask Samir to pick up a break.
So, is this the first bit of cornering?
It could be the
We've
first corner
seen-
that's been found on this lawn, couldn't it?
Yeah, and he has found it.
Now we might see some old-fashioned precision croquet that you were talking about earlier.
Excellent. Bring it on.
So what's he going to do? He's going to rush to blue, rush across to blue, get a good rush to hoop one and just poke partner out a little bit. Rush to hoop one.
Yeah, I mean he's not going to do something like rush red down to corner 4 and try and send it to hoop 2.
He's going to rush it close to blue, isn't he?
Yes.
Because he wants to guarantee a good rush.
Yeah.
But by rushing close to blue, that means that he can't do a lot with red. He's not got enough room to poke it out very far, but he might get it a couple of yards in the lawn, maybe 3. So then he's going to have to rush to hoop 1, isn't he?
Yeah.
Make hoop 1 under control with a good rush back to red.
I think what I want to do here is play a shot that gets red into a lawn, but I don't particularly want to play a funny split shot around the other.
You want a straight shot, don't you?
Fairly straight shot.
You do have to.
So if this went towards hoop 4, say,
Yeah,
that would be quite good. I don't want to put red in the way of
No.
the rush on blue.
that's what I was going to say. You don't want to.
And he's not
Block your rush.
really played that brilliantly
It's pretty poor.
in the sense that he's got a cut rush. He's good at cut rushing.
Cut rush is a
But-
good line.
It's fair, but
I think you'd probably be disappointed with where he's
it's
rushed to.
easier to judge the pace of a straight rush, isn't it, than a cut rush?
Well, the issue I've got with this is he wants a rush back to red, doesn't he, after he's made the hoop?
Yes.
And now he's got to play a good approach now.
And he has played
Yeah.
a good approach. That's a very good shot.
But he's got to control the yellow, hasn't he?
Well, he's got options, hasn't he? I mean, if he runs it, that's not one of the good options.
No, and I mean, if he'd have got a better rush to 1 and he was approaching hoop, if he rushed to a couple of yards in front of hoop 1, he would have approached it better, wouldn't he? It would have been an easier hoop stroke because he wouldn't have been trying to control yellow as much because it would have been naturally closer.
Oh, sure.
So
Yeah.
I think the big error there was, like you say, not getting a good rush to hoop 1,
Yeah.
which wasn't a difficult shot, was it? And he maybe played a split where he could
He
have played the
definitely
straight.
played a split. A straight shot would have gone more between hoop 4 and the boundary.
It wouldn't have got in lawn as much, would it?
No, it wouldn't have got in lawn, but nearer the boundaries actually can be quite good,
Yeah.
can't it? Because then, after say red was 2 to 3 yards closer, or 2 yards closer to the boundary, and he had rushed to hoop 1 and got a rush back towards red, he could smash that rush off the side boundary.
Yeah.
And
I mean, rushing to a ball off a boundary, you haven't got control pace, have you?
no, you don't.
So you're only concentrating on
I
direction.
was looking for. Well, I mean, we'll probably see it with Stephen actually if he hits this. How you go about picking the break up. Well, he's got away with that.
That's
That
a
was
nice way to hit the ball.
Well,
He's not rushed it too far through,
good.
has he?
Funny sort of leg movement after you've hit the ball tends to suggest that you haven't hit it down the line you were hoping.
But now he's going to be doing what Samir wanted to do, isn't he? And I think Stephen's now approaching from a much better position than
I've
Stephen was
got
approaching
a
from.
question for you. If assuming he makes hoop 1,
Yeah.
does he want to make hoop 2 off red or black?
I think he'll be concentrating on picking the break up, won't he? He's not going to make it off black, is he?
I don't know.
Hoop 2.
I'm genuinely
No,
curious.
he'll be going to
I
red.
think Yeah, he'll
I
be
mean, the
going to
nat-
red, but will he be trying to rush red to 2 or black?
2. The natural way to pick black
Really?
up is before 3, isn't it?
Only if you've got a ball there already.
Well, he will have a ball
Will
there
he?
because yellow will be there.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's going to rush yellow across here, play a shot where he sends yellow to hoop 3 and gets a
Okay.
rush to hoop 2.
Okay, well, I think it's playable to rush yellow nearer red and get a dolly rush on red to corner 3. Black's in the corner.
But you're not going to have a hoop 3 pioneer.
Black's
then,
in
are
the corner. So you're getting a cannon.
What sort of cannon can you play then? Getting a hoop 3 pioneer.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that, but
Well, that
it
is
must
quite.
be, it must be
Well,
able
there
to
must
play
be, yeah.
something. Surely.
Yeah, well, if anybody knows how to do that, let us know because we don't know. Yeah,
No, but seriously,
this is the obvious thing to do.
The obvious, even away for cannon, I think we'll get red well out of the corner.
This
and get a
is
rush to 2.
this is the obvious thing to do, but I think he's rushed yellow too far north.
Yeah.
He wanted to be 5 yards south of that, or 4 or 3
Okay.
yards south.
Okay. So, okay.
I mean, if he was
What if?
south
Okay,
of
here's
that,
another line. What if, rather than rushing yellow there, he rushes yellow closer to red?
no,
Yeah, well, hang on. Gets a dolly rush to 2, and then rushes red back to yellow.
I don't think it's that
And then
difficult. This shot,
Because the corner cannon from hoop, when you for hoop 3,
yeah, but this
is a
shot,
standard
if
cannon.
this shot, putting a ball to hoop 3,
It's
getting
not,
a rush
it's
to
not
hoop
coming
2,
to hoop 3.
no, because he's rushed it to the wrong place.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If it was further south than that,
Well, he has played a good shot. Oh, has he played a good shot? I thought he had, but it's actually a cut rush to 2, with yellow partially in the way.
I mean, yellow's pretty bad now, isn't it? Because it's not near black, and it's not near hoop 3. And he's going to try and take this to black, which definitely wasn't what he was playing for when he played the last stroke.
Do you think this is coming
Yeah,
to black?
he just looked at it, he just picked the
Okay,
line.
sorry, I didn't notice. Right, well, it's going to is it curling around a bit. It's not bad.
Did curl.
It's not
It's a
bad,
good rush to black,
actually.
isn't
That's
it?
a good shot.
But he's not going to be able to do anything with red.
Well, it's out of the corner. Even if you just
He's
do
not
a
going to be able
thin
to do
take
anything
off
more
it.
than where it is now, is
Yeah,
what I mean.
oh, okay. You're swapping red and black, which is good. Okay, now you see. Tell me
That's
what
a
the point of that was.
rush pointing at hoop 4.
What was the point of that? Why not do a thin take up?
Well, let's just let him play this shot because we're sitting right by where he's standing now. I think the reason that he might have played that is to ensure that he didn't get red in the rush line, maybe.
Maybe. It certainly, no, you certainly avoided that.
But yeah, I think a takeoff should have been played.
I mean, if you were
And-
worried about it, you could take off from the in-lawn side of.
Yeah,
Red,
that's an option. Yeah.
actually.
Leave it on the
Just
yard line.
leave it on the yard line.
I mean, he might have been tempted into trying to develop it in the lawn a little bit so that it's easier to get behind if he
Well,
rushes.
okay.
He might be thinking about rushing yellow to it.
He's kind of just moved it from one yard line to the other yard
Well,
line.
it's slightly further out than it was,
Well,
but this
anyway.
isn't runnable, is it? No,
No, doesn't look like it.
no.
No.
And now Samir's got quite a short shot now, hasn't he? Yellow at red.
Yeah. Well, yellow at red for the game.
Yeah. Looks like he might have some kind of crosswire that he's aiming for. Don't know how much value that gets him really. It's better than leaving a double for sure.
You got any more comments?
No more comments at the minute,
Okay.
but we do want comments. I don't think he's going to be able to turn down this yellow at red, is he?
No.
No. It's a match winner, game winner, isn't it?
Should be, you'd think. Well,
It's much easier to hit red as well, isn't it, than to hit oppo, if he can hit oppo. Looks like he might be able to hit black, looking on the camera, but I'm not quite sure. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
well, I think if you hit red with yellow,
That's all over, isn't it?
well, you take it off or roll
Oh,
it
red
to
with
two.
yellow.
Yeah, play yellow,
Yeah, so yellow with red, yeah.
which is no, red with yellow. But anyway, you play yellow, hit red.
Yeah, play yellow, yeah.
I don't think the only way to get a ball to two is to roll red there, but I'd be happy doing that.
Yeah, you're just trying to pick up a break, aren't you?
Well, somebody has found this shot.
I think
Pretty
think
quickly.
rolling it to two is probably better than leaving it where it is
I think
anyway, isn't
so,
it?
yeah.
Because it's immediately in play. Whereas if you take off from it, you've still
the
got it on
only
the boundary.
slight issue, I mean, we can't really tell what the rush line on, say, black to hoop one is. Looks like hoop two
think
is going to be slightly in play,
Might be.
and he's pushed that. That wasn't, it wasn't a very good shot.
Yeah, it was never hitting, was it?
Right. So, Stephen can now go on his merry way, and he's got an extra ball near hoop
Now,
three
is he
now.
going to be tempted into this TPO? If he can make the hoop and get partner to 4, it's not that difficult, is it? His escape ball is going to be yellow, which is going to be up here anyway, near the corner, so it's not being ideal escape ball, but it's actually fine.
Well, we've just been given a heads up that somebody called Matthew Essick has joined the... Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, nice to see you.
Is he any good?
Nice to hear from you, Matthew. Well, he's certainly one of the better players, isn't he? Nearly won the World Championships here, didn't he, last
Well,
year?
he has. He's won a GC World
Won the
Championship.
GC World
and
Championships,
he's
yeah.
been runner-up in 2 AC World Championships. So, yeah.
So he wants to know
Oh.
who's looking on their best form.
Ah.
I think there's only one answer, isn't there, so far? In the tournament.
It's Robin Brown.
It is
all the
Robin
way.
Brown.
What's he done? Six
He's had
6 TPs?
6 wins out of 7, hasn't he? And he's had 6 TPs. Unfortunately for Rob, in the game that he played on this lawn, he did make a couple of errors, didn't he? Which is a shame, because it would have been nice for the viewers to see just how well he is playing. So it'd be interesting to see if he can carry that on into the second round.
Yeah, we're only just at halfway at
Yeah.
the moment.
Yeah.
He's done the easy part, get off to a good start. But then you may start thinking, hey, hang on, I might actually win.
Got a
this.
chance now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was you were telling me the other day that Stephen had won 7 out of 7 at some point in the past.
He did, yes. One of the President's Cups that Chris won. Stephen started 7 out of 7.
But he didn't manage to win the tournament that year.
Yeah, he's confidently hit yellow. Now, if you were going for the TPO here. This is the escape ball, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what I was saying earlier. So he might just opt to have yellow as an escape on a TPO.
It's not going to be particularly near.
Stephen
H3,
does like
is
a
it?
sextuple though, doesn't he? So he might well stop at one back. Could be an option for him, but that's an okay escape ball, isn't it?
Playing super advanced there, he has to concede a lift, so it would be a lift leave rather than a crosswire at hoop 1.
Yeah.
I think this is.
That's okay.
Not sure yet. We'll find out shortly.
It's not great, is it, for trying to peel red?
It's
but
not dreadful.
it's not awful. So we'll soon find out if we can have some experimentation.
Well, this is going.
Yeah,
It's going towards peeling position.
this is going to be a TPO
yeah.
attempt,
Yeah. Okay.
and it won't be a slow turn.
It's a good start. Oh, thought he was going to go past red and get a rush back. Just would have made this a bit easier, wouldn't it? So he's doing a split roll.
Yeah. And these are the sorts of things that Chris was pointing out, isn't it? We're on the quadways.
Yes.
So these sort of shots, you might have to be a little bit more accurate than with the whatever. I don't know what their standard hoops that they use here. Is it? I don't know.
The club.
Yeah.
They use ultras.
The ultras.
Yeah.
But I don't think he'd be unhappy with the jaws, would he? Here, if he got red into the jaws.
Oh, no, but red will have quite a bit of pace on it, won't it, when it hits the hoop?
And to be fair, he's got yellow in the lawn nicely, hasn't he?
Well, he ought to get a rush on yellow.
Yeah, he's got
down,
very
down
good
the wall
chance.
towards black. He's got his peeling glasses on.
Yeah. So Gabs has got a
He's got
peeling pad, and he's got peeling glasses.
Yeah. Nice.
Nicely played on
Yeah.
red.
And blue.
Blue's fine, isn't it? It could have been another foot,
Wow.
but it's absolutely fine. It's cuttable. It's definitely going to be in the corner 4 quadrant.
I think this will go in the direction of hoop 4 even.
Yeah. Not off the south boundary.
No.
That was a
Something
good
like
shot.
That's a good shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's in very good position now, isn't he?
Well, it's always, if you're going to do a TPO, you really want to do a standard TPO and get the
Yep.
first peel after hoop 3.
Yeah.
Um,
Might be considering the pop at some point, depending on how well he gets on with his.
the so-called
Peeling red.
obligatory pop,
Is that what's called? Is it?
apparently.
Mm.
I'm not sure I've ever done it successfully, but
Right.
that's, yeah. Well, just thinking quite a few steps ahead, we're talking about potentially Stephen peeling Samir's yellow ball through hoop 1.
Yeah.
And the advantage of that is that it takes away from Samir the option of making what we call a squeeze, which is, if he's only got one ball left himself for yellow, then a squeeze would be, he's got yellow in front of hoop 1,
Yeah.
and we're shortly going to show that on the screen, and the Stephen's 2 balls are going to be ahead of him, so one of them perhaps near corner 2 and the other one maybe peg high between 1 and 2, something like that.
Yeah. So if we can get the graphic up, that will illustrate
you'll see that in a moment.
what the pop is trying to guard against.
And the reason this squeeze is quite powerful is that if you imagine either, there we are. If you imagine Stephen can unless he makes a roquet, Stephen can only move one of his balls in his next turn.
Yeah.
And whichever one he moves, Samir can run hoop 1 to the one that hasn't been moved, and potentially start making hoops.
So we might still see that, but it's just something to think about as we're doing our TPO. So when we're talking about pops, the whole, that is the reason
So yeah, if Samir's ball is for hoop 2 rather than hoop 1, then that possibility of a squeeze simply doesn't exist. Yeah, so Stephen's demonstrated he's got the pace of the lawn nicely now. That's a very easy roquet on yellow. And he's got red, the peely and black waiting at hoop 6. He'll make 5. I imagine he'll get a forward rush on yellow, but even if he doesn't, yellow's going to 1 back. And he actually hasn't. But yeah, it's not a difficult shot to send yellow to 1 back. It'd be easier if he got a forward rush, but
so this position on the screen now, Keith, if yellow was playing the contact turn,
yeah,
for hoop 2, got to something like this maybe where he tried to approach hoop 2 using blue,
yeah,
but yellow was unrunnable.
Yeah.
There's no squeeze available.
No, he can take position potentially wide from blue, but when blue goes away, he's well, if black was actually there, you'd at least have a 14-yarder, wouldn't you?
Yes, but blue's probably going to run away into corner 1, isn't
Yes.
it? So you know, yellow potentially could hit black, but it's not got 2 balls in front of it. So that's why we're talking about this pop. But this is at the top level, isn't it?
It is.
So you know, you'd only expect the top 20 in the world maybe to be worried about that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's hard enough getting the TPO done.
Yeah.
For most of us.
But he's got lovely position here, hasn't he? He's
It's all looking very
guaranteeing that he's going to be able to peel this after penalty.
good. Oh, that was a very funny shot. He obviously thought he could just jaws blue.
Was he trying to approach into the jaws, was he?
Well, but he said it awfully hard anyway. I mean, red. Look where red's gone. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't watching. Oh, here we go, it's a little replay. Yeah, oh yeah, so he's trying to get into the jaws.
But look how far red's
Need
gone.
to have done, did it? That was an absolutely bizarre thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it could
It looks
be on the wire.
gentler in slow motion, but it absolutely clubbed
I'm
it.
not convinced that's runnable now.
No, not the way it reacted off the hoop. Well, we'll
That
see.
might be runnable.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll see.
yeah.
I think he has run it.
He's going to have to hit black though, is he?
No, I think he can see red. As long as he's not come too far through, I think he can see. Can he see red? Surely he can see red. But he's not made this peel easy.
No, I mean, why would he be wanting to put red that far away? I mean, I said before
Well,
he
I don't think
approached.
he did.
I said before he approached the hoop, he was guaranteeing this peel, but he's done completely the opposite, hasn't he? Rob Edlin White says he thinks Hurlingham have hopefuls. I don't know. I think the point we were making is if they were using the hoops that they normally have at this club, they'd be easier to peel on than the Atkins. So we don't know. Okay, so the club do use Hopewells, but for tournaments they use Ultras.
Hopewell's not for sale.
So don't get excited. They're not selling any
calm
Hopewell
down, Rob.
hoops. Yeah, Richard Hilditch is asking what was he doing?
Yeah, unclear.
So if
actually.
anybody's got
Very
any
unclear.
good answers to that question, we'd be
This is
interested
where
to
we
hear.
need the players mic'd up so we can ask them. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Mid-turn. What were you doing? What was that?
Well, I mean, we just literally said, didn't we? Oh, this is looking excellent, and then
Yes,
you know,
I
one
know.
shot has just
Yeah.
kind of destroyed the whole
Well, now
But it's not destroyed.
It's not destroyed, but the turns become more difficult.
And it's certainly making the pot more difficult, isn't it?
It is, because the pop's easier to organise and get done if you get all the peels done, say by 3-back.
3-back, yeah.
Whereas that won't be happening now. So anyway, what's he done? He's stuck red on a wire, and he should be able to get played to 2-back quite
The thing
nicely,
is, this is TPO, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to be having to do a delayed double, does he? He might have to now, but it does make the leave after a TPO more
I'm
difficult.
pretty sure he'll be trying to do the roll.
He wants his
the
death roll, doesn't
death
he?
roll,
Yeah.
so called.
Yeah, and a death roll is where he's trying to peel red through penalt,
Yep.
go into his 2-back pioneer. And
You want a good 2-back pioneer. If you're
why is
going
it
to
called
do
a death roll?
Because things can go wrong, can be fatal.
Yeah, I mean 2-backs are bad hoops, a breakdown, that isn't it? Because
Yeah, very
you've run 1-back,
Well,
so
if,
you're
if
giving away a
you're
lift.
short, if your striker's ball is short, you can miss the pioneer into bulk. That's bad. Equally, if it's long, then you're rushing the pioneer further away from the hoop.
But if anything goes wrong at 2-back, you're sort of 7 yards away, aren't you? If you've got a lift, or maybe slightly longer. But being a TPO, I think it's more desirable to have a go at a death roll just to get the peel done.
Yes. This next croquet shot will need to be a good one, because
He needs
there's
to
a
be
pretty small area
Yeah.
you can put blue in and be confident of.
But he needs to be close to it again, doesn't he? Because he
He's
only
got to be
wants to
close to
move
it.
red.
He's got to be south of it. He's got to be sort of, well, pretty much there.
He wants to move red. What, a ball?
Well, he's
2
got to-
balls at the
he's-
most.
he's-
So to do that, you
well,
need
he's
to
got-
be within
well, hang
a
on.
foot. don't you?
He's got to be able to see black, hasn't he? What's he done here? He's played a very good blue and a pretty good yellow. I think he wants to be peeling this from about 18 inches. Okay, well, this is angled
It's
now,
not
isn't
straight.
it?
No, it's not straight enough to have a go.
I think is he doing a takeoff?
Looks like it. That hoop 6 approach has just cost him, hasn't it? I mean,
Oh, massively.
what?
Yeah.
What? I don't know what was happening.
Okay, well, he's certainly read a little bit further away. I wonder if he'll try the equivalent roll going to yellow.
Yeah. Well, again, it's one of those things that is advised against, isn't it? But
It is.
being a
but
TPO.
It's one of those where if you survive, as in you get the peel and you then make 3-back,
You don't break
you're in
down.
a better position.
Yeah, I mean, with a TPO, you are prioritising peels more, aren't you? Getting peels done.
Yeah.
Mainly for the fact is that
Well,
at the end of
yeah.
the turn, you're not pegging 2 balls out, are you? You do need to be able to make a leave.
You need to be able to make
Oh
a
dear.
leave. Oh dear, he's gone down the hill. We've had people do this before, haven't we? Who did this yesterday? And then ran. I think it might have been Stephen.
He did.
then ran the
Yeah,
hoop.
he ran it with a jump, didn't he?
Yeah.
This looks like it might be unrunnable.
This is Reggie's hill from last year's. No, 2 years ago. Hopeless final.
Oh dear.
And in fact, it's
on.
a give up. It's give up, and he's got a peel.
Yeah.
1 and penult and a ball in bulk. Because what can he do?
Well,
What
doesn't
can he
really matter,
actually
does it,
do?
where blue goes?
Nowhere's good. Corner 4.
I think corner 2 might be slightly better than
Do
corner
you
4.
think so?
Well, only in that it's a long way away initially, but then
Well, Samir rushes black up the lawn,
Well,
sticks
or-
it to 2 and gets a rush on red to
Maybe,
E1.
or just makes hoop 1 off of black immediately.
Yeah,
I don't
red
know.
might be a bit awkward for rushing to hoop 2, maybe.
I don't think it's awkward enough to worry about. You can rush it to 3 yards in front of hoop 2, can't you? Yeah, you're welcome to come and sit on my knee, Liz. I don't know why. I mean, I've always felt that the lawn should hoop 1 should be this end, but they've always been this way round, haven't they?
He's coming to corner 2. Yes, they have always been this way round.
I suppose that you could ask the question the other way and say, well, why are the tents this end?
Because the ground's flat.
Yeah.
And putting tents there would spoil the
would-
aspect.
It would, wouldn't it? The tents would be in the way of you. So we don't think we know why they're that way round, other than that's the way they've always been. It does make things more difficult for commentary-wise, referring to north and south and east and west.
Chris was all over the gaff.
You have to
yesterday.
remember you're looking at the lawn the other way. Not too bad once you get the hang of it.
It's normally east and west I get confused with. North and south I'm pretty good on.
But we can give the graphic a go the other way round if it's really difficult for viewers.
Well, Samir can't believe his luck here. Just needs to concentrate on getting a break, and then once he's got a break established, he really ought to finish a double peel, shouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this should be up in the 90%, shouldn't it?
Easily.
Yeah, I think what people are saying, Rich, is we don't sit at the clubhouse end, do we? So yeah, if you've come into the clubhouse and you go and sit up there every time you come off the lawn, then it makes sense. But if we come down from the clubhouse and we walk past the lawns, don't we, to bring all our stuff down to the tents, and then we walk back again to A-Bulk. Well, it might be that they want the lawns the right way for the spectator, all the hundreds of spectators that are sitting in the house watching.
Now, the question I'm wondering here is, how easy is this rush on black? Because if the play, I think, is you rush black to red, or just east of red.
Yeah.
Stick black to 2, rush red to 1.
Do you think maybe if we could go to the corner 1 camera, we'd be able to see where black is? I think you just make hoop 1 immediately, don't you?
No.
No?
Well, why would you? What's the point? You need a ball at 2, don't you? Alright.
Oh, we've forgotten he's got a contact.
We have forgotten that.
Oh
Double.
dear. Yeah, it's super advanced, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, he's remembered, so well done, Samir.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's tempting to take advantage of black being a pioneer. At
Well,
that
yeah,
one.
I mean, it's obvious now, isn't it? Now we've
Yeah.
been made to look like fools by forgetting that they're playing super advanced.
Whose idea?
Nobody
was that?
put that on the comments though, so I don't think the spectators the viewers on YouTube are switched on either.
No, you see, William in with a bit of useful information. Back in the day, there were only 3 front lawns. Wow.
Which 3 was it then?
Well, presumably
1
the
to 3.
top 3.
Yep.
2, 3, and 4. I'm guessing.
Oh, 2, 3 and 4, right.
I'm guessing.
Oh, which lawns was it, William, that were the original lawns? Now Richard had spotted it.
2, 3 and 4.
2, 3 and 4, yeah.
Right, okay.
And they renumbered the lawns.
I was here doing some coaching once, and Toby Jessel, who was an MP,
Right.
told me that sometime after the Second World War, the road, there was a proposal that the road that goes along the embankment to the east of here was going to be continued basically right through what are now these croquet, well, were the croquet lawns and still are the croquet lawns.
Yeah.
Naturally, the Hurlingham Club was horrified at that suggestion and wanted to, and did put a strong protest in, and the Croquet Association supported that with a very detailed history of the lawns and how important they were to the sport of croquet. And as we can tell, the proposal got abandoned. And according to Toby, in gratitude for that, the Hurlingham Club said the Croquet Association could have a rent-free accommodation.
And that's why the office was here.
And that's why the office was here.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it would be interesting to know if that letter or document, whatever it is still around, that the CA wrote.
It would be interesting piece of history.
It would be quite interesting to read, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Don't know. I think Chris Williams is the archivist, is he, of the CA?
Yes.
Or Croquet England. So he might be able to tell us whether that still exists. That might be something that would be quite good to publish in the Gazette or something like that if it wasn't too long.
Well, the only real interest now, I'm going to suggest, is whether Samir might be tempted to get the peels in earlier than you might otherwise do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he will be, to be honest. Yeah, good question, Richard. Could well be.
What is the HC Records?
Hurlingham Club.
Right, yeah. How long ago would that have been then?
I think Toby, it was shortly after the Second World War, maybe early 1950s. Maybe I don't know.
You might be tempted into this early peel by the look of it, going to 3.
Well,
if he deliberately put black there, did he?
That's only a question he can answer, isn't it? I guess.
He could have a nice little rush peel here, couldn't he?
Well,
We might finally get one
Why
on the
not?
show lawn.
well, yeah. The one we saw James do was from By the Peck, and he absolutely welted it. On the basis, presumably, that it either hits the hoop or goes through, or just misses it completely, and certainly doesn't do what he actually did.
Yeah.
Was managed to
Stick in the middle of it.
stick it in the middle of the hoop. Well, he is getting having a little poke at this peel. It's not the sort of thing you want to do if you're any danger of breaking down, but this really is. It's so similar to doing the penalt peel going to fullback that it should be fairly standard.
Should be pretty uneventful now, shouldn't it, from here?
I'm sure there'll be some points of interest. But
I might see what other scores are coming in.
why don't you do that?
Right, some results in the Chairman's Salver. Annabelle's taken a game off of Jack.
Annabelle has.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Nice.
he's lost 2 in a row.
With a TP, so he's lost 2.
Yeah. Oh, early hoop 6 pioneer. I like it.
That's the second time he's done that, isn't
Yeah.
it?
It's gone down a funny old line, but anyway, there it is. Right, so because he's got the penalty peel done, he can now think about doing the rover peel after hoop 5,
Yeah.
which I think I would do.
You think it's something that Chris
I'm not sure,
says
Chris.
he wouldn't?
I'm not sure. The only slight downside is you're coming to the north end of the lawn.
Yeah, you're leaving the ball behind,
and
aren't you?
you're
Yeah.
deliberately leaving a ball out behind temporarily.
So Jack in the Chairman's has got some competition now. He's on 6
Mm-hmm. 2 losses
out of 8,
Yeah.
and so is O'Mead.
Oh, right.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, and David Fuller is on 5 out of 7 currently.
See,
So the top of the Chairman's is tightening up.
yeah, looks like he's putting blue out as an escape ball, so he is going to try and get this peel.
Good opportunity to say thank you again to the Hurlingham team in the production tent and running the cameras. Really quite impressive what they're doing. Went in there yesterday, and you don't realise sort of how much work it actually is. They're just constantly speaking to each other, pressing buttons, so it's not an easy job. Playing replays and stuff.
Well, he's got the peel, so all he's got to do is a full ball break to the peg. So, how long should this take? 15 minutes? Max?
Won't be that long. No
10
way.
minutes. 10 minutes?
If it's 10
What do you
minutes, I think it'd be less than 10.
10. You reckon less than 10?
Yeah, he's not slow, is he?
Well, 10 minutes wouldn't be slow, would it, for 7 hoops?
No,
and a peg out?
no, it wouldn't be slow, no. But that's what I'm saying, he's not slow. So what's that going to put Samir on? 4 out of 6.
Right, so he's going back to get red.
4 out of 7 with 1 peg down.
Not particularly necessary, but if he wants to do that, that's fine.
Robin's bringing drinks down. So I wonder if that means he's finished.
Does that mean he's on 7 out of 8 now?
There's an empty lawn. Is there? No, there's not.
Ah. No?
No, it just must be a mid-game drink.
2 of them, by the look of it.
Well, maybe he has, yeah. Maybe he's picked out on lawn 1. We'll have a look and see what lawn he was on. Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah, Robin was on lawn 1, so it looks
Okay.
like he's just beaten Harry.
Okay.
So that'll be 7 out of 8.
Well,
Cracking start.
meanwhile, Samir's gone and collected red. He's got black at 2 back as a pioneer. Red will become a pivot. Blue's his pioneer at 1 back, and I can't think of anything interesting to say about that, Jack, to be honest.
Well, he's got to get past blue, hasn't he?
Well, yes, he has. And he... yeah, well,
It's going to be okay, isn't
he's
it?
going
But
to be okay. He won't be approaching from in front for once. It's had a couple of minutes. So, looks as though he's trying to send blue all the way down to 3 back. I mean, he could have played to swap blue and red. Okay, he's got a rush on red, sort of. Blue's not a particularly good pioneer, so we may see him rush red a bit closer to black and then send red to 3 back as a better pioneer. I'm not sure he's got the angle to do that now. We'll see. No, he didn't. So he's just joined red up with blue, which is quite a good tactic actually. If you've got two sort of bad pioneers close together, can be quite good on the principle that you can rotate one of them and get a dolly rush on the other one to your hoop. Don't tell me he's gone down the same hill. No, he's just about coped. So expect him to tap that. Okay. I think he's got the room to get black all the way to 4 back. What's the action, Jack? You've been away checking stuff.
well, I just went to see what the games are going to be on lawn 4 tomorrow.
Right.
So in the morning it will be Debbie versus Robin.
Right, the leader.
So the leader versus one of the back markers currently.
That's a very good shot. He's got a nice black. He's got a rush on red near a blue. He should get a dolly rush to 3 back here.
And then we'll see James Deet again against Stephen.
Excellent.
So
Nice
hopefully
and pacey. That'll be super advanced.
James will put on another good show for us, or Stephen. Round 11 is David Gocher and Samir. Obviously David Gocher again. And round 12 is Gabs and Harry Fisher.
Well. Well, I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it, Jack. An early rover pioneer. So he's had an early hoop 6 pioneer twice and an early rover pioneer.
He's definitely
I
listening
like
to
it.
you, isn't he?
Well,
Well, hopefully everyone's enjoyed the day. Thanks for all your messages.
Well, we're not finished yet.
No,
Calm
but I'm
down.
just
7 minutes
assuming that it's going to finish 7 minutes.
so far.
So what do you think my 10 minutes is?
I think
Gonna be about right, isn't it?
10 minutes. It's going to. My 15 is absolute nonsense. I think it might be about 9 minutes. Yeah, Richard, we spotted that. Lovely early rover pioneer. I mean, just winking at him it was.
One of the best ever.
Yeah, he's in full flow.
I spoke about earlier in the day about when somebody's just constantly playing easy shots.
Yes, I mean that's what he's been doing.
This is one of those occasions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might get a bit more variety on the commentary tomorrow, mightn't we? If I think Nick Parrish is aiming to be here,
Yeah.
and I don't know if Jamie's interested in doing any commentary.
Jamie Birch
but he's indicated that he's hoping
loves
to come
it.
down.
Loves doing commentary.
Does he love it? Does he?
Dulcet tones. So yeah, he's made this look pretty easy, hasn't he?
Yep.
Not really giving the hoops much chance.
It was what you'd expect, though, wouldn't you? I mean, we said at the start of the turn he was up in the 90s to complete this turn.
Well, he's made it look easier than that, actually.
Yeah. And this is the level that we're kind of expecting, isn't it, at the President's Cup?
Go on, Samir, 9 minutes.
Stevens hovering around corner 3, ready to shoot on and shake Samir's hand.
Yep. Yeah, well done.
That's it. Very good.
Very tidy. Now I don't know what our orders are, Jack, to be honest, because I know there's a peg down game on this lawn. I'm pretty sure.
Oh right, yeah, I hadn't even considered that. Well, I mean, it's up to the production team, isn't it? Whether they
We'll just do what we're told.
we're happy to
for once.
go away or stay, aren't we?
Absolutely. We can carry on
We can carry on if the crowd want it.
if you want.
Let us know in the comments if you want us to carry on or if everybody's going to turn off. So that moves.
What we will need is 2 players, and we haven't got them yet.
No, we
apart
do
from
know
that-
the peg down games, don't we?
I
got-
don't off the top of my head.
Okay.
I know it won't be Robin.
It's definitely
and-
Debbie and Stephen are pegged down.
right. Gabrielle and Harry.
Yeah. Gabs is in play.
Samir and
I did take a picture of it. So Samir and David.
Yeah, Samir and David. Right.
So you might get some more Goacher if you're lucky. Did we say Debs has finished in the last round? Not sure at the minute. I'm not sure there is a game that can go on.
Well, it's okay. There probably will be shortly. Maybe. What we could do is just perhaps take a short break till we find out What's happening?
Yeah, maybe we'll just take a quick walk up to the clubhouse and come back in 5 or 10 minutes if there's something else going to happen. Oh, Stephen's off. So Stephen won't be resuming a peg down game.
No.
Right. We have just established that there are indeed some peg down games to be played. One is dependent on another game that doesn't look like it's close to finishing. And so we've agreed that we will close our live stream for the day simply because we're not unlikely to have any further play on Lawn 4. So, but thank you for your company, and we look forward to you joining us tomorrow for Saturday and Sunday. And have a very good evening. Goodbye from here.